KHO. Z. Firms have sought out specific areas of expertise in these BRIC countries, such as call center operations in India. So the issue is not so much where we have found leverage points before or where they are now, but instead where they will be in the future. Global supply chains thrive because they coordinate and integrate the best that the globe has to offer to provide the greatest value possible to the system. Firms demand this, supply chain members demand it, and customers demand it. This requires global competence on the part of firms, their employees, and their supply chain partners. Our customers are global, and they demand global solutions to their local and global needs. Most of all, they demand value. That value has to be sought in developed markets, newly industrialized countries, emerging markets, and even less developed markets. Most firms, though, see emerging markets as key to the next competitive landscape on the globe. Emerging markets and global supply chains. Various lists of the countries that are called emerging markets exist, based, for example, on classifications by Dow Jones, the Financial Times, Morgan Stanley, and The Economist, and in these various lists, the number of emerging markets generally varies between 21 and 35. Some reports even suggest that there are as many as 50 separate emerging markets. Therefore, there is no one definition or set of criteria for emerging markets, but these countries do have some commonalities. Very broadly, we will refer to emerging markets as countries where business activities or populations are rapidly growing and industrialization is taking place. Based on a report by PricewaterhouseCoopers titled Transportation and Logistics 2034, coupled with a scan of the global marketplace, a number of conclusions can be drawn regarding global supply chains and emerging markets. These include the notions of new trade corridors in the world, privatization in some countries, use of free trade zones, foreign direct investment, development of legal and regulatory infrastructure, and competition in the transportation and logistics industry. With the emergence of countries that are engaging more and more in the global marketplace, whether newly industrialized countries or emerging markets, we will see new trade corridors being established, accustomed to in the past. This is all about what makes firms unique, and uniqueness comes in many forms. Consider this restaurant interaction. 1 minute you are surrounded by friends, and the next minute you are standing alone at the bar. A woman walks up and without hesitation asks, "What makes you unique?" The normal pattern of introductions or even a common icebreaker does not happen. Instead, "What makes you unique?" opens the dialogue. While this may be a true story, we will leave that bar interaction, but think about the question. What makes you unique is really what it is all about in global supply chains. We take a number of people working for a number of organizations with access to a number of resources, and we create a global supply chain. The intention is to make the chain competitive in the marketplace, preferably emphasizing core competencies that can sustain the chain's value-added features and maintain the firm's competitiveness for some time. In effect, it is like shifting views through a window. If we look out the window through the center of the glass, we are likely to see a lot of things outside. If we start moving towards the frame of the window, we are likely to still see some or even most of what is outside. But if we move our head to the left or right of the window frame, what do we see? Most likely, a wall and none of what's outside. The same logic holds when it comes to stressing uniqueness and core competencies in multinational corporations. Firms that focus their efforts on the middle of the window by leveraging their core competencies to compete in the global marketplace are more likely to be successful than those that overly customize or veer to the left or the right. That is often caused by creating too much diversification of operations to satisfy the various needs of the global marketplace. Firms are at their best when they do what they are best at doing. Global supply chains are the same. Being vertically integrated in order to exercise more control in global supply chains is not helpful if it results in reduced effectiveness. Similarly, involving additional firms in the chain without seeing a true value-added benefit leads to trouble not only in terms of providing total value from the full global supply chain, but also in terms of having extra layers and linkages that require coordination, integration, and investment. These result in additional cost centers. Every node, activity, and resource used in a global supply chain should result in value being added to the chain in the sense of a reduced total cost. The total value analysis of global supply chains is a strategic, somewhat dynamic, and continuous process. A half-century ago, the United States produced roughly 40% of the world's output. Today, that figure is about 20%. China has quadrupled its output in the past 50 years, while Europe is holding steady at about 20%. In addition, we know that the so-called BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and China are important in terms of both population and economic output. 3. For example, we know that many firms have sought out specific areas of expertise in these BRIC countries, such as call center operations in India. So the issue is not so much where we have found leverage points before or where they are now, but instead where they will be in the future. Global supply chains thrive because they coordinate and integrate the best that the globe has to offer to provide the greatest value possible to the system. Firms demand this, supply chain members demand it, and customers demand it. This requires global competence on the part of firms, their employees, and their supply chain partners. Our customers are global, and they demand global solutions to their local and global needs. Most of all, they demand value. That value has to be sought in developed markets, newly industrialized countries, emerging 9. markets, and even less developed markets. Most firms, though, see emerging markets as key to the next competitive landscape on the globe. Emerging markets and global supply chains. Various lists of the countries that are called emerging markets exist, based, for example, on classifications by Dow Jones, the Financial Times, Morgan Stanley, and The Economist, and in these various lists, the number of emerging markets generally varies between 21 and 35. Some reports even suggest that there are as many as 50 separate emerging markets. Therefore, there is no one definition or set of criteria for emerging markets, but these countries do have some commonalities. Very broadly, we will refer to emerging markets as countries where business activities or populations are rapidly growing and industrialization is taking place. Based on a report by PricewaterhouseCoopers titled Transportation and Logistics 2034, coupled with a scan of the global marketplace, a number of conclusions can be drawn regarding global supply chains and emerging markets. These include the notions of new trade corridors in the world, privatization in some countries, use of free trade zones, foreign direct investment, development of legal and regulatory infrastructure, and competition in the transportation and logistics industry. With the emergence of countries that are engaging more and more in the global marketplace, whether newly industrialized countries or emerging markets, we will see new trade corridors being established, with significant implications for global supply chain management. We will also discover where and how to create global supply chain leverage. Some new trade corridors will develop between Africa and Asia, between South America and Asia, and within continental Asia. As firms look for opportunities to create more supply chain value and better value for the customer while maintaining their cost structures, new trade routes will be used to create connecting nodes. Trade volume is likely to shift towards select emerging markets, especially in Asia, possibly in Latin America, and, later on, in Africa. Establishing such trade infrastructure will also make it much easier for less developed nations to engage in international trade. Multinational corporations that proactively and strategically plan their global supply chains for the next 5 to 10 years to include such forecasted opportunities will have a leg up on the competition. Social economies that are moving to become mixed or capitalist economies are likely to privatize previously untouchable aspects of their economies. Such privatization will also result in infrastructure changes that ultimately will have significant global supply chain implications. We are already seeing China's growth booming, although this growth rate will slow to about 8% during the next decade. Countries such as Brazil, India, Mexico, Russia, South Africa, Turkey, and Indonesia are already on our radar for production, economic engagement, and targeting of certain market segments. Each of these emerging markets is looking to benefit from increased efficiency and better access to capital, which is often tied to increased market privatization. A unique connection to global supply chains will result from the increased establishment and use of free trade zones, FTZs, around the world, along with the increased foreign direct investment that often comes with increasing use of FTZs. Various aspects of the supply chain industry, for example, transportation and logistics, will have tremendous opportunities to provide their services around the globe. This is especially true for supply chain providers from developed countries, which can have a long-term advantage over their counterparts in emerging markets. Such emerging markets are growing rapidly in population and business activities, but for at least the near future, they are not well structured to increase the transportation and logistics services that they provide. That said, the competition for transportation and logistics. 10. T&L services in emerging markets will become increasingly tougher, with a large number of T&L firms trying their business models in those markets. The long-term outlook, as in many industries that experience rapid growth and an influx of new players, is likely to be the consolidation of T&L providers into a smaller but capable set over the next few years. While shipping routes, especially those involving Asia, will shift, the Asian-based emerging markets will not become the centers of gravity for global supply chains. For the near future, supply chain providers from developed countries have better infrastructure to use even in emerging markets than the emerging markets themselves do. Issues such as innovation, technology transfer, and standard setting will still rest with supply chain companies from mostly developed countries. This is also partly because of the lack of legal and regulatory infrastructure in emerging markets vis developed countries when it comes to global supply chains. But, overall, countries like Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Russia, South Africa, Turkey, and Vietnam represent nodes in global supply chains that should be carefully evaluated and leveraged to add value across global supply chains. Brazil, with its $1.5 trillion economy, 1.2 trillion euros, has some $250 billion in exports and about $220 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is roughly $200 billion. About 195 million people live in the country. A unique supply chain opportunity in Brazil is its establishment of free trade zones and its involvement in the Mercosur Agreement, a political and economic agreement among Brazil, Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Venezuela. However, as in India, the road infrastructure hampers transportation, and this is true of the air traffic portion of global supply chains as well. The road and air infrastructure are hard for a supply chain provider to influence, and solutions will probably have to come from privatization or from within Brazil itself. China, with its $12 trillion economy, 9.6 trillion euros, has some $2 trillion in exports and about $1.8 trillion in imports, and a logistics market approaching $1 trillion. An estimated 1.3 billion people live in the country. China has been a production headquarters for a variety of firms for the last couple of decades. Now, the supply chain industry will have a crucial role in the country's development, continued economic growth, and broadening of its privatization measures. As closed as China typically appears to be, the country is ripe for foreign supply chain providers to become a part of the infrastructure and economic engine solution to maintain the country's growth at around the forecasted 8% area. India, with its $4.5 5 trillion economy, 3.62 trillion euros, has some $300 billion in exports and about $450 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is roughly $125 billion. About 1.2 billion people inhabit this nation. India is unique in that the private sector of supply chain providers is the most likely infrastructure builder for India's supply chain system. The expectation is that government reforms, perhaps moving slowly and incrementally, but moving will encourage a new breed of supply chain providers, especially foreign ones, to engage with India. Indian customers, perhaps more than those in many emerging markets, demand value, and that has significant implications and opportunities attached to it, especially for foreign supply chain providers. Indonesia, with its $1.2 trillion economy, 1.0 trillion euros, has some $210 billion in exports and about $180 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is roughly $160 billion. About 240 million people live in the country. Indonesia's stable and predictable economic growth will have an effect on its supply chain industry, which is forecasted to grow at around 8% annually for some time. 11. Projection is that there is still potential amounting to $1 trillion, 0.8 trillion euros, when more Indonesian companies begin to outsource their supply chain needs. Mexico, with its $1.7 trillion economy, 1.4 trillion euros, has some $340 billion in exports and about $340 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is incredibly hard to estimate but that we believe to be roughly $100 billion. About 115 million people reside in the country. As it is a more open market than many other emerging markets, multinational corporations dominate the marketplace within as well as into and out of Mexico. Still, Mexico is nowhere near the emerging markets within the BRIC framework, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, in terms of supply chain operations, and will not be until its legal and regulatory system makes these operations within the country easier to handle. Russia, with its $2.5 trillion economy, 2.0 trillion euros, has some $500 billion in exports and about $320 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is roughly $75 billion, although, like Mexico's, the Russian logistics market is hard to estimate. It is likely to be somewhere between $60 billion and $100 billion, with the most logical estimate being about $75 billion. About 145 million people live in this vast country. It is reasonably easy to forecast that Russia's supply chain industry stands to benefit in the future from the corridor the country provides between East Asia and Europe. In addition, the establishment of port-based economic zones will help stimulate trade flows both inside the country and with, at least, Asia, Europe, and North America. In all, one can argue that Russia has too good an opportunity to be the corridor between these major trading areas of the world not to invest heavily in infrastructure to promote such trade. South Africa, with its $560 billion economy, 450 trillion euros, has some $100 billion in exports and about $100 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is estimated to be about $60 billion. It has a population of 50 million. South Africa has been and continues to be a logical supply chain link to Asia. While state-owned enterprises will continue to affect such explorations, we are cautiously optimistic that South Africa will develop the infrastructure to provide a corridor to Asia sooner rather than later. In that environment, it is hard to strategically plan too much simply from a supply chain provider standpoint, but some will find the risk-reward ratio strong enough to do so. The consolidation process involving supply chain providers, driven by the consumer goods sector, will open up unique opportunities. Turkey, with its $1 1 trillion economy, 0.8 trillion euros, has some $140 billion in exports and about $220 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is estimated to be about $95 billion. About 73 million people live there. Supply chain providers in Turkey are relatively advanced compared with their counterparts in other emerging markets. The country is also incredibly well positioned geographically, given its location between Europe, Asia, and the other Middle Eastern countries. Turkey has an energetic young population that relates to Europe in terms of technology and product trends, and also has a mindset that facilitates entry into the Middle East and Asia. The supply chain industry, in particular, is experiencing and will continue to experience strong privatization efforts that should benefit Turkey, both as a trading partner and as a facilitator throughout the region. Vietnam, with its $125 billion economy, 100 billion euros, has some $96 billion in exports and about $105 billion in imports, and a logistics market that is estimated to be about $25 billion. It has a population of 87 million. The systems of transportation, especially roads and bridges, are being developed fairly rapidly and are improving. However, ports and airports are at capacity. There are plans for several new airports, both domestic and international, in the next 5 years, and current. 12. Planning calls for new ports and new railroads as well. Interestingly, the Vietnamese government is encouraging foreign direct investment and private capital to help build the supply chain infrastructure. Global strategic supply chain management. Supply chains are increasingly becoming global and strategic. Sourcing near home and letting corporate strategy guide supply chain operations are becoming increasingly obsolete. At the same time, sourcing near home and performing supply chain tasks are part of the equation for leveraging the chain for value. However, firms that do not have the capability to strategically leverage their global supply chain options are likely to become stagnant and fall behind the competition. And it is not just about sourcing globally. Firms have to evaluate, develop, and strategically leverage their global coordination and integration of purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels. But global supply chain strategy can also be very different in its use of the core functions of purchasing, sourcing, logistics, operations, and market channels. In that context, a supply chain function is global to the extent that inter-country connections exist. The key, however, is gaining global leverage and ensuring that value is added. This is especially true when costs are added at each node and each activity in the chain. The aim is to have the capability to engage globally both in the eastern and western hemispheres and in the northern and southern hemispheres as needed. While global supply chain operations continue to be critical to their effective implementation on a worldwide basis, the integrated coordination of supply chain management as part of corporate strategy emphasizes the leveraging and value-added features that make supply chains a global strategic weapon. This value must be strategic, not tactical, to provide a sustainable competitive advantage. Let us clarify an important point regarding value and supply chains. We do not advocate going global for the sake of going global, diversifying, or decreasing labor cost. Instead, embedding supply chain management in corporate strategy means that optimizing global strategy entails evaluating for potential inclusion all plausible leverage points worldwide across the inbound and outbound parts of the chain. Leverage becomes strategic only when the quality received outweighs the cost endured. This leverage can be near or far from home. Coordination and integration of the internal, purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channel functions, and external, supply chain partners, activities, and resources, portions of the supply chain relative to the costs and benefits guide the strategic decision-making on where to add value. Value identification and achievement are important. Specifically, when they are incorporated into a global firm's strategy, supply chains account for about 20% of what makes such a firm perform successfully. Overall, global strategy considerations constitute about 70% of a global firm's performance. For example, return on investment, return on assets, and sales growth, with 30% being outside the firm's control. Adopting a global mindset and encouraging a platform that is centered on a total global strategy is critically important. A firm's total global strategy goes through three basic stages that serve as the foundation for a set of global strategy levers, of which global supply chain management is one. These stages are developing the core strategy, internationalizing the core strategy, and globalizing the international strategy. Developing the core strategy means determining a firm's basis for sustainable strategic advantage. A typical scenario and progression would have the global firm develop the core strategy for its home country before moving into the global marketplace. Think back to the window example earlier. If we have several people looking out the window through the 13 center of the glass, they are likely to see slightly different things, but the storyline will be about the same. However, if they move toward the window frame or even to the side of the frame, the sight lines will be blurry at best. A firm's core strategy, core competencies, and core operations should leverage what it does best at the center of the window. A core strategy includes several key elements: selection of the products offered, types of customers served, geographic markets served, sources of sustainable competitive advantage, functional strategy for important value-adding activities, for example, purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels, competitive posture, and investment strategy. Internationalizing the core strategy is the intermediate step that can potentially derail the firm's globalization efforts. In effect, when a business expands outside its home markets, it sets out to internationalize its core strategy. This includes examining the firm's readiness to go international, the readiness of the product or service to be taken internationally, and channels for getting the product or service into the hands of end consumers while providing the level of value that they seek. Unfortunately, the end result is often that the firm winds up with strategies that are significantly different for different countries. The adaptations that are developed for each country's markets can actually weaken the firm's worldwide position in terms of cost, quality, customer preference, and competitive leverage. All issues that should in reality be benefits of operating as a global firm. To overcome the potential disadvantages that are created by a business's adjusting to, customizing, and developing internationalization strategies for each country, firms need to be globalizing the international strategy in a way that coordinates and manages their uniqueness. This better achieves the desired global leverage and competitive advantages. Globalization strategy is multidimensional. Setting a strategy for a worldwide business requires choices along a number of strategic dimensions. Some of these dimensions determine whether the strategy lies toward the multi-local end of the continuum or toward the global end. The major implication for firms using a global strategy is that they actually do not need to be in the East and West, North and South. Rather, they have the capability to engage anywhere. Not only that, but these firms may use any relevant strategic assets and access resources for any strategic purpose as they maximize profits on a global scale. The immediate implication for global supply chains within this scenario is that global supply chain management needs to be treated similarly. That is, global supply chains are based on the capability to leverage strategic supply chain nodes throughout the world, engage relevant supply chain assets, and access supply chain resources for strategic purposes. They maximize value on a chain basis through total cost analysis. Global location of value-added activities within the total global strategy framework. The global location of value-adding activities is a core lever, along with market participation, products and services, marketing, and competitive moves. These 5 global strategy levers are illustrated in Figure 1.2. Importantly, as mentioned earlier, these 5 levers provide 70% of what drives the global firm's performance in the marketplace. Locating global activities represents the global supply chain strategy lever within this framework. It involves the choice of where to locate each of the activities that make up the entire global supply chain, from raw material to research to production to after-sales support, and the operations of connecting the nodes. On average, 20% of a global firm's performance can be directly attributed to the global location of value-added activities. Market participation involves the choice of country markets in which to conduct business and the level of activity. For example, market share in each regional market. Products and/or services involve the extent to which a firm 14 offers the same or different products in the countries in which it does business and the extent of product and/or service standardization across countries. Marketing involves the extent to which a firm uses the same brand names, advertising, and other marketing elements in different countries. Competitive moves involve the extent to which a firm makes strategic and targeted marketplace moves in individual nations as part of a global competitive strategy, either to make proactive moves or to reactively combat competitors. Based on our benchmarking, we know that strategic supply chain management, along with marketing, will face the most pressure to increase globalization efforts in the next 5 years. This is within the context of the 5 global strategy levers that are central to a global firm's worldwide efforts. On the 0 to 100 scale, where 100 is fully globalized and 0 is fully domestic, we expect to see an increase from 59 to 68 for locating activities. Market participation is expected to increase from 62 to 69. Products and/or services from 66 to 70, marketing from 60 to 69, and competitive moves from 61 to 69. In essence, what used to be an operational component of global firms' efforts, that is, supply chains, now is expected to be as entrenched in global strategy as developing products and marketing them internationally. 15. In a perfect supply chain world, global firms would be able to develop and implement an extreme global supply chain in which each major activity, R&D, design, raw material sourcing, production, marketing, and so on, would be located in a different country where the comparative advantage was the greatest for that particular element of the chain. Perhaps in a perfect world for very domestic-centric consumers, each global firm would establish all operations in each nation in which it sold products, basically operating a fully constituted multi-local chain. Neither extreme, of course, is going to result in sustainable performance. Instead, what are the key issues that have to be considered when locating global activities to create a strategically oriented global supply chain? The answer is to combine strategic, firm, and comparative, country advantages when evaluating the global location of value-added activities. Reaching a logical decision that takes into consideration both strategic and comparative advantages requires careful attention to strategic alignment between industry globalization drivers and global supply chain strategy, along with careful integration of strategic advantages and knowledge of the firm. In effect, if a firm tries to globalize its supply chains more than the globalization drivers for its industry warrant, the firm's activities will have to include educating the marketplace about appropriate globalization efforts. On the other hand, if the firm does not globalize to the extent that the globalization drivers for the industry warrant, it is likely to fall behind, since it is not taking full advantage of the value-added advantages that can accrue through globalization. Strategic alignment is fluid over time. What works today may not work tomorrow, and what is viewed as a position of strength in global supply chains today may be a position of weakness in a few years. Therefore, it is incredibly important that you put your finger on the right amount of globalization of supply chains so that you can leverage them effectively. It's all about the value-added identifiers at each step of the process relative to the cost incurred. Cost, in this sense, is also the expense resulting from not improving or changing through leveraging the global supply chain. For example, based on our benchmarking, we know that by 2018, Firms will need to globalize their supply chains by 25% more than they are doing today to result in the same value leveraging as in 2013. The chains will need to be 43% more globalized by 2023 than they are in 2013 to achieve. 16. The same value added leverage from the perspective of a total chain analysis. These increased figures are illustrated in Figure 1.3. Leverage, however, is a function of both the total chain perspective, from raw material to end consumer and a fully coordinated effort within the firm with respect to the core supply chain functions of purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels. It is mission critical for the global supply chain to create a boundary-spanning role between the internal and external parts of the firm. This often involves serving in the main boundary-spanning role with external suppliers, inbound portion of the chain, and also serving in the main boundary-spanning role with external customers, outbound portion of the chain. 8. The key functions of a global firm's internal, purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels, and external boundary-spanning activities, suppliers and customers, can be illustrated, as in Figure 1. 4. In a global supply chain framework that has purchasing as the critical link between suppliers and the manufacturer. This effectively starts at the very outbound portion of the chain and links manufacturers in the middle of the chain. Market channels link manufacturers to the end customers on the far outbound side of the chain. Meanwhile, logistics and operations function throughout the chain to support and provide added value. We will use this basic framework throughout the book. 17. Importantly, as we said before, global supply chain strategy can be more or less global in each of its core functions of purchasing, logistics, operations, and market channels. The key, however, to gaining global leverage and to ensuring that value is added, especially when costs are added at each node or activity, is to be able to engage globally. This also means that the expectation is not that each core function in the global supply chain will be equally global or will contribute equally. Instead, we advocate alignment with the ideal degree of globalness supported by the structure that exists worldwide for each function. It's all about leveraging strategic advantage, the firm, with comparative advantage, the country, to assure achievement of the greatest total value in each cost scenario for the entire supply chain. As with almost any business function, the expectation is that improvement, economies of scale, and better knowledge will be part of the timeline. What makes you successful today is probably not going to be sustainable in perpetuity. Therefore, you need to understand where you are today in terms of globalization efforts for each supply chain function and where you need to be in the future, and plan accordingly. Based on our benchmarking, the purchasing 18 function is slightly more globalized, most likely as a result of worldwide sourcing efforts that many companies engage in, than the other core, internal, supply chain functions. The 2013, 2018, and 2023 globalization statistics for the 4 supply chain functions are illustrated in Figure 1.5. Important definitions and distinctions. Thus far, we have delved into several core elements of global strategy and supply chains, along with discussing a variety of where we are now and where we need to go issues. However, it is hard to know where to go if definitional boundaries are not clear. We need to measure everything that has the potential to serve as a leverage point in adding value in the global supply chain. At the same time, we cannot measure something if we cannot understand and define it. In the context of this book, we will use numerous terms and issues, most of which will be introduced and tackled in the context of their appropriate chapter. All the same, we have 7 key terms that provide the platform for discussion throughout the book. For clarity, these need to be defined at this stage. They are global and globalized, global logistics, global purchasing, global operations, global market channels, global supply chain management, and global value chain. Bullet global and globalized. Simply because it operates globally does not mean that a firm has a global strategy or uses global supply chains. According to George Ip and Tomas Hult in their book Total Global Strategy, the global company does not have to be everywhere, but it must have the capability to go anywhere, deploy any assets, and access any resources as it maximizes profits on a global basis. 9. A truly global firm is one that does business not only in the Eastern and Western hemispheres, but also in the Northern and Southern hemispheres. A fully integrated global supply chain has global activities in both the inbound/upstream and outbound/downstream portions of the chain and has the capability to leverage value-added points across all world quadrants and hemispheres. Bullet. Global logistics. Global logistics is the part of global supply chain management that plans, implements, and controls the effective forward and reverse flows and storage of goods. 19. Services, and related information between the worldwide point of origin and the worldwide point of consumption to meet global customers' requirements. Global logistics typically involves the worldwide management of order processing, inventory, transportation, and a combination of warehousing, materials handling, and packaging, all integrated throughout a global network of facilities. Bullet. Global purchasing. Global purchasing is the part of global supply chain management that refers to the organization's functions associated with the worldwide buying of goods, services, and/or information required by the multinational corporation. A number of terms can be used within the general context of global purchasing. Consequently, the terms purchasing, procurement, sourcing, strategic sourcing, and supply management are used interchangeably in this book. There are technical and detailed differences among these terms. However, the key here is to be strategic in using purchasing globally. Order fulfillment and delivery and supplier selection are key areas. Bullet. Global operations. Global operations is the part of global supply chain management that refers to the systematic design, direction, and control of domestic and global processes that transform inputs into services and products for internal and external customers. Having a global operations strategy refers to the means by which operations implements the multinational firm's corporate strategy and facilitates the firm's being market-driven. Global operations typically involves make or buy decisions, competitive priorities, total cost analysis, and process-based standards. Bullet. Global market channels. Global market channels refers to the part of global supply chain management that includes all activities related to selling, service, and the development of relationships, preferably long-term relationships, with customers. A number of terms can be used within the general context of global market channels. Consequently, the terms market channels, marketing channels, channels of distribution, and distribution channel are used interchangeably in this book. As with purchasing, there are technical and detailed differences among these terms, but the key for us is the strategic aspects of market channels that serve as a boundary spanner to external customers in the outbound portion of the strategic global supply chain. Global channel entities typically include some combination of producers, agents, brokers, wholesalers, retailers, and consumers. Bullet. Global supply chain management. Global supply chain management involves being both proactive and responsive in managing the two-way movement, coordination, and control of products, services, and/or information from raw material through to the end user. This coordination, control, and integration within the global supply chain should center on the total cost analysis perspective that takes into account the values added throughout the chain. We strongly believe that maximizing value and cost-effectiveness one node in the chain at a time is not the strategic, global way of conducting supply chain management. Instead, we believe that a full beginning-to-end perspective on the chain should be adopted. Global supply chain management typically involves logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels as the core functions internally and several different entities externally, suppliers, customers, and many more. Bullet. Global value chain. Global supply chains are a subset of the multinational corporation's global value chain, For example, all personnel in a firm are a part of the value chain, but they are not necessarily a part of every supply chain. Multiple levels of stakeholders are part of the multinational corporation's value chain, including employees, customers, suppliers, shareholders/investors, regulators, and local communities. Each of these, primary. 20. Stakeholders can have a role in adding value to the global supply chains. This is most commonly done by employees, customers, suppliers, and shareholders/investors, but it can also be done by regulators and local communities. Integration of global supply chain functions. How often do we run into a global supply chain issue, such as a quality standard not being met or a delivery not being made on time, that involves a first-tier supplier or perhaps even a second-tier supplier? Firms spend an incredible amount of time and energy trying to manage and control portions of their global supply chains that are critical to delivering unique value. But what about integration of the firm's own supply chain functions? How often does purchasing strategically integrate its operations with logistics? In what ways are operations coordinated with market channels to leverage for value? Or, for that matter, how often are factors related to logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels looked at? Yes, of course, we do coordinate at times, but are these functions really integrated throughout the firm's value chains to maximize value in the global marketplace? Integration of global supply chain functions internal to the firm is as important as coordination across entities in the global supply chain from raw material to end customer. A global firm cannot be fully global, or at least cannot adopt a global strategy, without ongoing evaluation, development, and strategic alignment of its supply chain functions. This means that integration across the four functions and strategic alignment with what industry globalization drivers indicate and allow are the most effective global supply chain strategies. Our benchmarking shows that purchasing is generally the most globalized of the supply chain functions today, followed by logistics, operations, and market channels. At the same time, purchasing is slightly lower than the other functions in ensuring that superior value is added in the complete chain. Specifically, our benchmarking indicates that the importance of purchasing for global supply chain strategy receives a score of 89, with 0 being unimportant and 100 being the most important. This score is clearly an indication that purchasing contributes a tremendous amount to the value proposition, but not as much as the other three functions today. Market channel scores a 96, logistics scores a 94, and operations scores a 92. In reality, this means that the range from 89 to 96, where 100 is the most important, is rather narrow, with it being critically important that each supply chain function is leveraged for value. See Figure 1.6. The results are rather interesting and indicate not only opportunities for improvement, but also opportunities for recalibrating leverage in many firms. Figure 1.6 shows the full picture of the scores. The top number in each oval represents the globalization of that function, and the bottom number in each oval represents the importance of the function to the overall global supply chain strategy. Both sets of figures are scored on a 0 to 100 scale, with 0 being fully domestic or unimportant and 100 being fully globalized or most important. 21. Of course, these are just numbers if they are not evaluated properly in the context of individual companies and their global supply chains. Therefore, assuming that your firm received the scores that are shown, where would you start your evaluation? What comes to mind in terms of possible changes that should be made? Intuitively, we can probably guess that purchasing, with its heavy emphasis on global sourcing of raw materials, component parts, and products, would be the most globalized of the four functions today. Will this hold true 5 years from now? Given that these scores represent the top multinational corporations today, can we expect that our firm looks like this? Well, the answer is no. The reason is that we are showing averages across all global companies in the benchmarking sample. Averages seldom tell the story of an individual firm. What is more likely for any given firm, especially one that is below the top 3 in market share in any given industry, is that it has globalized much more in one area of its supply chain and much less in another area. For example, many companies have attempted to increase their global sourcing efforts during the last 20 years, basically because of cost factors. They have also tried to increase their global market presence by selling to customers in a larger number of countries and markets. Fewer companies have globalized their logistics and operations efforts to the same degree. But now we are talking mostly about companies that are below the top 3 in their industry. The larger companies, with greater market shares globally, really have put in 22 serious efforts to become globalized across the supply chain, via logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. This is reflected in the average scores in our benchmark study. What can we learn from benchmarks? A lot. This book was developed using materials across all core functions in the global supply chain, logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, and several benchmark studies that are not available in any other place. These benchmarking studies involve several thousand executive-level professionals, C-suite individuals, along with logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels managers and professionals. In all, this book will provide a benchmark for where we have been, where we are now, and where we need to go in global supply chains to create superior value on a total cost basis and for the entire chain. This involves understanding coordination, integration, and managing of key internal functions of the multinational corporations. Of course, these are just numbers if they are not evaluated properly in the context of individual companies and their global supply chains. Therefore, assuming that your firm received the scores that are shown, where would you start your evaluation? What comes to mind in terms of possible changes that should be made? Intuitively, we can probably guess that purchasing, with its heavy emphasis on global sourcing of raw materials, component parts, and products, would be the most globalized of the 4 functions today. Will this hold true 5 years from now? Given that these scores represent the top multinational corporations today, can we expect that our firm looks like this? Well, the answer is no. The reason is that we are showing averages across all global companies in the benchmarking sample. Averages seldom tell the story of an individual firm. What is more likely for any given firm, especially one that is below the top 3 in market share in any given industry, is that it has globalized much more in one area of its supply chain and much less in another area. For example, many companies have attempted to increase their global sourcing efforts during the last 20 years, basically because of cost factors. They have also tried to increase their global market presence by selling to customers in a larger number of countries and markets. Fewer companies have globalized their logistics and operations efforts to the same degree. But now we are talking mostly about companies that are below the top 3 in their industry. The larger companies, with greater market shares globally, really have put in serious efforts to become globalized across the supply chain via logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. This is reflected in the average scores in our benchmark study. What can we learn from benchmarks? A lot. This book was developed using materials across all core functions in the global supply chain, logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, and several benchmark studies that are not available in any other place. These benchmarking studies involve several thousand executive-level professionals, C-suite individuals, along with logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels managers and professionals. In all, this book will provide a benchmark for where we have been, where we are now, and where we need to go in global supply chains to create superior value on a total cost basis and for the entire chain. This involves understanding coordination, integration, and managing of key internal functions of the multinational corporations. 23. Implementing global supply chain efforts can lead to numerous positive outcomes. Some of the strategic benefits include cost reductions, improved quality, increased customer satisfaction, and competitive leverage for each of the global supply chain functions of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. Cost reductions. The cost reductions for logistics include creating cost-efficient networks of distribution centers, inventory management systems, and forward/reverse transportation options. For purchasing, the opportunities to reduce costs result from the integration of strategic-level global purchasing given the customers and channels involved and the suppliers and supplier networks available. The cost reductions involving operations are mission critical for the overall global supply chain, and that operations would be the best function in which to address the notion of a total cost analysis involving global options, competitive priorities, and process-based quality standards. Such an approach achieves cost reductions in the broader scope of the global supply chain via the development of the strategically optimal global market entry mode, online presence, and alignment with marketing mix variables. Improved quality. Logistics helps to improve quality across processes and products through its globally maximized distribution, materials handling, and transportation efforts. For purchasing, issues such as the effective use of core competencies, outsourcing, and global supplier selection result in quality improvements throughout the chain. Operations helps the value chain focus attention on the right leverage points. Competitive priorities focused on quality, global production locations, and process-based quality standards work together to improve overall quality. Market channels drive the notion of maximizing the efforts of the customer value creating processes, alignment with a marketing mix, and understanding of global customers' needs. Increased customer satisfaction. The use of logistics tools, effective planning of inventory, and forward and reverse transportation methods increases customer satisfaction. Implementing global supply chain efforts can lead to numerous positive outcomes. Some of the strategic benefits include cost reductions, improved quality, increased customer satisfaction, and competitive leverage for each of the global supply chain functions of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. Cost reductions. The cost reductions for logistics include creating cost-efficient networks of distribution centers, inventory, 24. Management systems, and forward/reverse transportation options. For purchasing, the opportunities to reduce costs result from the integration of strategic-level global purchasing given the customers and channels involved and the suppliers and supplier networks available. The cost reductions involving operations are mission critical for the overall global supply chain, and that operations would be the best function in which to address the notion of a total cost analysis involving global options, competitive priorities, and process-based quality standards. Such an approach achieves cost reductions in the broader scope of the global supply chain via the development of the strategically optimal global market entry mode, online presence, and alignment with marketing mix variables. Improved quality. Logistics helps to improve quality across processes and products through its globally maximized distribution, materials handling, and transportation efforts. For purchasing, issues such as the effective use of core competencies, outsourcing, and global supplier selection result in quality improvements throughout the chain. Operations helps the value chain focus attention on the right leverage points. Competitive priorities focused on quality, global production locations, and process-based quality standards work together to improve overall quality. Market channels drive the notion of maximizing the efforts of the customer value creating processes, alignment with a marketing mix, and understanding of global customers' needs. Increased customer satisfaction. The use of logistics tools, effective planning of inventory, and forward and reverse transportation methods increases customer satisfaction. 25. Process. Who actually leads the end-to-end process of product or service development and launch? Who makes the trade-offs between the needs of two different functions supporting this single process? If we put a function in charge of an end-to-end integrative process, we often see suboptimal decision-making. We need leaders who can think and react in terms of processes, not just functions. This is the key to managing today's complex global supply chains. We need both strong functions and a strong process mindset. The remainder of this book is organized around the more familiar functional groupings of global supply chain activities, such as logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. However, the 8 core supply chain processes described in Table 1.2 cut across these functional groupings and are discussed at various points throughout these chapters. After all, strategic global supply chain management is the core focus of the book. This page intentionally left blank. Chapter 2 Industry Implications for Global Supply Chains. 26. Alignment of global supply chains and industry drivers generates leverage. Diagnosing industry globalization potential. This is not your father's Oldsmobile was the advertising slogan that General Motors used in the 1980s for its Oldsmobile car brand. The firm was founded by Ransom E. Olds in 1897, and the brand lasted 107 years, longer than most car brands before GM phased it out in 2004. Approximately 35 million Oldsmobile cars were produced in the century-long time span, some 14 million of them in Lansing, Michigan. Over the years, we have since seen hundreds of variations of the advertising slogan, such as, "It's not your father's America anymore, it's not your father's newscast anymore, and it's not your father's customer service anymore," to name just a few. The key point, though, is that the original ad slogan was what ultimately destroyed the Olds brand. As it turned out, the largest market for Oldsmobile cars at the time was actually people whose parents had owned one, and the automaker was using an ad that was not aligned with its many loyal customers. This created a mismatch in alignment between what the Olds brand stood for, or tried to portray, and what the customers expected, resulting in a collision course with Pontiac and Buick, other GM brands, and the ultimate downfall of Olds. Alignment is the key. Having been around for 107 years, having a history as a remarkable success story, and being an icon meant very little in the end because alignment with the industry and its potential no longer existed for Olds. Global supply chains need to be nurtured to achieve this alignment. In this context, industry globalization potential refers to the likelihood that an industry will support and have the underlying conditions needed to facilitate the use of strategic global supply chain management. This is not your father's supply chain anymore. Supply chains today are global, strategic, and also operational. They are an important way to leverage value-added features in an industry by focusing on alignment with certain industry globalization drivers. If you have not noticed that your supply chains should be global and strategic, if you are still seeing them as an operational activity that is usually done close to your production facility, then you are probably too late in developing effective and efficient supply chains. Do not let the Olds example be repeated in your firm. If your supply chains are not global at all yet, there are potential major issues looming. Take action now to make sure that your supply chains are global, at least to some degree, and strategically plan for the chains to be much more global in the next 5 to 10 years, as our data in Chapter 1 suggests will be needed to stay competitive. In essence, industry globalization conditions dictate the starting point. What type of alignment should be created for strategic implementation in the areas of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels? The industry conditions also provide a structure for how to coordinate and integrate the nodes in the global chain, how to link activity between the nodes, for example, firms, organizations, units, or individuals, and how to use resources between the nodes appropriately. The bottom line is that in order to achieve the benefits of globalization, supply chain managers and corporate executives need to recognize when industry conditions provide the opportunity to use strategic global supply chains as part of the multinational corporation strategies. This does not mean that all chains should be global. Being more global than the industry warrants waste resources. For example, your company may need to do part of the work of educating the marketplace, while being less global than the industry supports waste opportunities. For example, your company may not be selling as much as it could. Alignment with each industry globalization driver is the key, and figure 2.1 illustrates this alignment proposition. 27. Based on work by George Ip and Tomas Hult, 1. We can divide the industry globalization drivers into market, cost, government, and competitive drivers. Market globalization drivers largely depend on customer behavior, the nature of the available distribution channels, and marketing practices in the industry. Cost drivers largely depend on the economics of the business and the primary industry in which it operates. Government drivers largely depend on the policies, regulations, and laws set by independent country governments. Finally, competitive drivers largely depend on the actions of competitors, the nature of the competitive landscape, and the expectations set by previous competitive actions in the industry. The appendix to this chapter includes details and measures of the industry globalization drivers. Clearly, other industry drivers and other analytical industry frameworks are possible. However, our position is that these 4 types of drivers are the most critical categories of influencing conditions that affect global strategy development and implementation, as well as strategic global supply chain management practices. Each of the 4 drivers, market, cost, government, and competitive, is time-tested and has been used effectively for years by multinational corporations. As a starting point for this chapter, we offer both a comparative ranking of the 4 industry globalization drivers and a forecast, based on data, covering where we are now and where we are. 28. Predicted to be in 5 and 10 years, respectively. The data points are illustrated in figure 2.2. These are discussed in terms of the likelihood of globalization based on a particular driver. The comparative analysis for the drivers is only approximate and will change over time, as indicated by the differences between the numbers for today and those forecasted for the next 10 years. Each score is based on a 100-point scale, where a score of 100 represents a fully globalized driver and 0 represents a fully domestic-oriented driver. As expected, none of the industry drivers falls near either end of the spectrum. What we find is that the market globalization drivers exhibit the most globalization potential today, score equals 68, and are also forecast to maintain that standing in 5 years, score equals 71. Importantly, we will see an increase in globalization potential based on the market drivers. That is, the conditions for globalizing supply chains will be more favorable in 5 years than they are now for market drivers. The increase expected is 4.4%. The competitive drivers are also forecast to be at the same level, score equals 71, in 5 years, an increase of 4 points from today, or 6.0%. In 5 years, we expect that the cost drivers will be slightly behind the market and competitive drivers in terms of globalization potential, score equals 69, an increase from 66, which represents an improvement of 4.6%. However, the largest improvement will be seen, as forecast, in the government globalization drivers from a score of 61 today to a score of 66 in 5 years, 8.2%. Still, the government drivers remain the toughest aspect of globalizing supply chain efforts. This is true today, and it will continue to be true in 5 and 10 years. Chapter 3, on infrastructure, will highlight some of these bureaucratic or government factors that sometimes hinder the globalization of supply chains even more. The intention of this chapter on industry globalization drivers is to examine each of the 4 types of drivers: market, cost, government, and competitive and highlight several implications associated with each that should be taken into account and planned for when developing global supply chains. We will also tackle each industry driver. 29. As it relates to 10 separate industries: air transportation, automobiles, cement, credit cards, computer software, computer hardware, electronic equipment, industrial machinery, insurance, and watches and clocks. These industry comparisons, based on real data, are for illustration only, since numerous additional industries exist in the marketplace. The objective of these analyses is to create a better understanding of each type of driver, key globalization conditions, and globalization scores for a select set of industries. The globalization conditions are presented as 10 key trends and implications pertaining to each type of driver. In essence, we see these 10 areas that we selected for each driver as being the top 10 issues currently facing or forecast to influence the specific type of driver. Understanding market globalization drivers. The market globalization drivers are a function of worldwide consumer behavior, global distribution channels, and the nature of global marketing in the industry in which the firm operates. Issues such as the degree to which customers have relatively common needs, wants, interests, and tastes are critically important for a better understanding of market globalization drivers. In addition, the use of global marketing and the degree to which transferable marketing practices can be used are key determinants of the market drivers. The use of lead countries, how they change based upon industries and products, and how they are predicted to change based on the dynamics in the global marketplace affect the market drivers. Taking all these issues into account, we offer both a comparative ranking of the 10 industries and a forecast, based on data, of where we are predicting them to be in 5 years in terms of the potential for global supply chains based on the pressure from market globalization drivers. See Figure 2.3. The comparative ranking for the market drivers is approximate and will change over time, as indicated by the 4.4% change expected in market drivers, on average, for all industries over the next 5 years. This means that the expectation is that the market globalization drivers will be 4.4% more conducive to globalization efforts in 5 years. However, some industries will be more 30. globalized and some will not experience the 4.4% positive change. For example, we forecast that there will not be much of a change in the worldwide market forces for industrial machinery, cement, and air transportation in the next 5 years. 10 years out, this gets harder to forecast and predict, but our data indicate that the market drivers across industries will become 19.1% more globalized, with a score of 81 on the 100-point scale. Market globalization drivers implications for supply chains. The market globalization drivers influence global supply chains in various ways. Each industry has certain market forces that facilitate globalization and certain market forces that hinder globalization. Changing customer needs and tastes, infrastructure available for engaging customers, availability of global channels, applicability of transferable marketing, and the use of more diverse nations as so-called lead countries are determining the relative influence of market drivers on global supply chain management. Regarding the supply chain functions of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels, it is logical to assume that market channels' functions are most directly influenced by market globalization drivers. There is a unique and important overlap between the market drivers and market channels, such as satisfying customer needs and tastes, engaging customers, evaluating the availability of global channels, and using a program of transferable marketing. Logistics and purchasing have the least connection to the market globalization drivers, while operations will be moderately affected by these market drivers. When striving for strategic alignment across entities in global supply chains and coordination of supply chain functions within a firm, there are some universal implications that can be drawn for market globalization drivers. We dig into a set of 10 factors, a top 10, if you will, that are leading to or predicted to experience changes in the market drivers. These changes are likely to have a significant effect on global supply chains. The factors are lifestyles, knowledge intensity, rising population, global e-commerce, global firms, infrastructure, world brands, global advertising, social networking, and sustainability. Lifestyles younger adult consumers around the world are growing more alike. Worldwide brands, mass communications, increased travel, and multinational corporations are part of the global village that creates a convergence of lifestyles and tastes. This convergence is far more prominent among young customers, those up to roughly 40 years of age, than among older customers at this time. However, we predict that over the years, this convergence of lifestyles and tastes will become applicable to older people as well. This is a function of people staying with their worldwide lifestyles as they get older and their home areas becoming more global themselves. These lifestyle and taste changes are particularly important for market channels. Consumers expect to have most, if not all, of the products that are available in other parts of the world available to them as well. Already, we have seen this pressure in the developed world and, to some degree, in emerging markets. The expectation is that all emerging markets, most newly industrialized countries, and all middle to upper income individuals in the less developed countries will have markedly increased expectations that market channels will be able to deliver on these converging lifestyles and tastes. Knowledge intensity consumers today have access to knowledge about products, such as quality, price, and most key features almost everywhere and all the time. The most significant knowledge that they have today, and did not necessarily have yesterday, is that certain new products exist and are available. This knowledge was previously more locally based. Now, any product that comes into being is 31. Soon known throughout the world. Based on this knowledge, consumers expect products to be available to them wherever they are in the world. This increased knowledge intensity creates pressures on global supply chains, since 90% of what we buy locally is not made locally. The days when movies were introduced and launched in the United States months before their international launch are over. A week's delay, or even a few days, is often enough to create unhappy consumers, who then often look elsewhere for solutions. The same goes for product feature profiles. If a feature is available anywhere, whether as part of the base product or as an option, consumers expect that same feature to be available to them worldwide. New smartphone applications and computer software releases are examples. This increased knowledge intensity creates pressure on all aspects of the global supply chain system, but purchasing will face the most. Purchasing and sourcing operations have to ensure that enough raw material and component parts exist to satisfy a worldwide clientele. Rising population developing countries are growing at a faster rate than developed countries because diminishing returns are not as strong as in capital-rich countries. For example, developing and poorer countries can replicate the production methods, technologies, and supply chain infrastructures used in developed countries. These potential efficiencies will be coupled with a rising population in developing countries and the expected increase in prosperity. For example, the purchasing power of the middle class worldwide is estimated to double in the next 2 decades, with Asia accounting for about 80% of that growth. China, for example, has about 20 million people whom we can now classify as middle class by developed country standards. It will have approximately 200 million middle class individuals in 2020. The outlook for India is very similar. Overall, this means that rising population and prosperity predictions have supply chain implications ranging from demand planning to inventory management to competitive priorities. Global e-commerce. The world of e-commerce is booming. China's primary online marketplace, Taobao, sells more today than the top 5 brick-and-mortar retailers in the country combined. The marketplace now offers some 800 million different products online. Significant increases in online sales are expected in most parts of the world, but especially in developed countries and emerging markets. Forecasts have Latin America growing its e-commerce at more than 200%, Russia at more than 180%, North America and Oceania at about 100%, and Europe, Africa, and Asia at some 85% within the next 2 years, reaching a worldwide e-commerce total exceeding $500 billion annually. At the same time, the global infrastructure needed to deliver these products to meet customers' expectations is not yet ready in many countries, especially in emerging markets. Global supply chains will feel the pressure to be part of the value-added solution to these market channel needs. Global firms' issues such as global sourcing, including sourcing from foreign markets for foreign markets, are becoming much more important. However, this is not global sourcing solely based on cheaper costs, as it frequently was in the past. Firms now source globally to achieve the best combination of quality, cost, and ultimately value. In this spirit, we also see increased tendencies among global firms to stress globalization, meaning that they carry on business around the world based on both local and global considerations. It used to be that global firms largely standardized their operations for the worldwide marketplace. However, today's measures of effectiveness and efficiency allow global firms to integrate their worldwide operations while also allowing for operative customization in cases where that type of localization provides significant advantages. Globalization 32 means that global supply chains have to be flexible enough to incorporate both local and global raw materials, component parts, and products into the process while still strategically and operationally conducting business using a total global strategy. This creates increased pressure on global supply chains to conduct total cost analysis as a means of addressing the infusion of value-added elements at each step. Infrastructure. Interestingly, the infrastructure for global supply chains is becoming much better, with numerous options for global and regional channels in most parts of the world. Shipping routes are being reconfigured, leverage points in the world are being reformulated, and value is being added to global supply chains. Products and services come from places and entities that many people did not even consider a few years ago. The forecast is that the infrastructure for global supply chains will improve by 11% in the next 5 years. More on that in Chapter 3. At the same time, worldwide annual employment growth is predicted to be less than 2% for years to come, but with significantly higher rates in the Middle East and Africa. This means that global supply chains will have to be staffed more with current people, retrained employees, or local resources than with new global employees. World brands companies around the world are spending incredible amounts of money, in any currency, to establish world brands, sometimes also called global brands, to achieve global sales productivity in targeting customers worldwide. Such world branding requires a sophisticated supply chain infrastructure and global networks, both inbound and outbound, to meet the demands of customers everywhere. World brands, in essence, will also require global supply chains that have relatively standardized leverage points throughout the chain to infuse value at almost the same stages of the chain, regardless of the countries involved. It used to be that if a product needed to be customized for the needs, regulations, or laws of a particular country, the customization often happened at a late stage in the supply chain. Such customization efforts may now happen at the middle or the beginning of the chain on a more standardized basis. This takes into account the connection between global supply chains and the requirements of world brands. Such brands have the potential to proactively create a want on the part of customers, but they also create a need on the part of global supply chains. Global advertising is a way to build valued connections with customers. A common platform and parallel campaigns that resonate with customers worldwide have spillover effects in terms of publicity, lifestyles, and tastes. We often act and behave the way our peers and neighbors do, and purchase what they purchase. Global advertising is a mechanism that allows global companies to build the world marketplace into a neighborhood. This new global village has wants and needs that are similar, based on peer behaviors and interests. At the same time, the more global an advertising campaign is, the greater the expectations on the outbound portion of the supply chain to meet customers' demands. Thankfully, we have developed mechanisms over the years to implement effective global advertising campaigns. The key for the future, though, is that more advertising campaigns will be global in scope. Fewer advertising campaigns will have detailed and unique customization for particular country markets, some because they are proactively building on the notion of a global village, and some because of the idea that cost efficiencies can be gained by global advertising. Social media with a spread of global and regional media, an increased assortment of international retailing options, and the movement of people, products, and corporations across national borders, markets worldwide are becoming much more integrated. Most hotel rooms have CNN, BBC, and the mainstay channels from key countries, and there are thousands of online 33 newspapers in English and many other common languages, covering all parts of the world through a relatively common infrastructure. All of these global information sources are encapsulated more in the social media frenzy than through traditional media channels. We already know some of the impact of Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter, to name a few, but what about China's Renren and other similar non-US based systems? Also important in this context is the need to provide engaging, interactive, and entertaining websites and social media platforms. Global customers worldwide prefer to be engaged, and typically not at the brand name's website, but instead at websites like Amazon and eBay, where they can find all brand name products that interest them. Sustainability at customer levels. An increasing number of customers are demanding that firms throughout the global supply chain engage in efforts to sustain the environment and offer greener products. Firms have felt these pressures for years, but the escalation in this area is likely to become a global supply chain phenomenon. In the past, consumers mostly held producers and/or retailers accountable for making sure that their products were green. However, as consumers are becoming more knowledgeable, they are also becoming more engaged. This means that all entities and elements of global supply chains will be under increased pressure to offer green solutions at each stage of the process. This includes all steps in the forward portion of the supply chain as well as all steps in the reverse logistics portion of the chain. Customers and market forces are increasingly demanding this. Understanding cost globalization drivers. The cost globalization drivers are generally a function of the economics of the environment. However, these economics are not always easy to detect and decipher, let alone accounting for achieving the value-added goals correctly at each step of the global supply chain. Issues such as global economies of scale, experiential curve effects, differences in country and regional costs, product development costs, especially those associated with complex but commodity-oriented products, and costs associated with each step and function of supply chains are critical components of the cost drivers. Taking all these issues into account, we offer both a comparative ranking of the 10 industries and a forecast, based on data, of where we are predicted to be in 5 years, see Figure 2.4. These are expressed in terms of the globalization potential of supply chains based on the pressure from cost globalization drivers. 34. Comparative ranking for the cost globalization drivers is approximate and will change over time, as indicated by the 4.6% change in cost drivers expected, on average, for all these industries in the next 5 years. This means that we expect cost globalization drivers to be 4.6% more conducive to globalization efforts in 5 years. However, some industries will be more globalized and some will not meet the 4.6% positive change. For example, we forecast that there will not be much of a change in the worldwide cost structure for insurance, credit cards, and automobiles in the next 5 years. 10 years out, it is more difficult to forecast. Our benchmarking data suggests that the cost drivers across industries will become 19.6% more globalized, with a score of 79 on the 100-point scale. Cost globalization drivers implications for supply chains. The cost globalization drivers influence supply chains in specific ways that directly affect the value created at each step of the chain. Value is typically viewed as a function of the quality received in return for the price paid or cost expended. In that sense, the cost drivers can always have a significant effect on global supply chains. The cost drivers should be carefully evaluated on an ongoing basis to identify critical cost bottlenecks and to effectively create leverage throughout the chain that facilitates the realization of added value at each step. Cost-prohibitive production in some countries, for example, led to an onslaught of outsourcing in the 1990s. Transportation costs and the costs of learning a new market also reduce some firms' interest in certain global market options, even when the cost really should not be prohibitive, given all the worldwide options today. In general, supply chains should be developed and implemented to achieve the best cost leverage, no matter where in the world such leverage is found, taking tangible and intangible inputs into account during the process. This is why we also advocated a total cost approach to global supply chains in 35. Chapter 1, and we'll add more on it throughout the book. The purchasing function is the one that is most directly influenced by cost globalization drivers, since cost drivers in the industry environment are exceptionally well aligned with obtaining raw materials and component parts. The end portion of the market channel is also heavily influenced by the cost drivers, especially the last mile of the supply chain, which is structured to get the product or service to the end customers. Too, logistics and operations are also affected moderately, especially transportation, but not as intensely as purchasing and the last mile of the chain. Overall, the most successful global companies are those that find ways to drive cost out of their global supply chains while still maintaining order fulfillment and customer service. There are some general conclusions that can be drawn, based upon forecasting what will happen with the cost globalization drivers. The following top 10 factors for cost drivers are important enough for us to tackle in terms of their effects and potential effects on global supply chains. Economies of scale, accelerating innovation, advances in logistics, newly industrialized countries, product development, resource scarcity, engaging locally, timing, costs of doing business, and security and risk. Economies of scale. Globalization has been driven in recent years by connective technologies in global supply chains. This means that global supply chains have increasingly been unbundled into finer stages of production to allow for economies of scale. We have also seen larger geographic dispersion of these unbundled activities. As a result, global supply chains are really the connective tissue that allows this fractionalization, unbundling, and geographic dispersion to operate effectively. This also puts a lot of pressure on global supply chains to ensure that the total value delivered is appropriate, given the many additive entities and links that are often missing from these chains after fractionalization. There is a risk that each entity, each link, and each resource in the chain will be evaluated independently of the others. Such evaluations often lead to effective and efficient performance at that node of the global supply chain. However, they seldom lead to value in the sense of a total cost analysis of the entire chain. Accelerating innovation. From Chapter 1, we know that globalization and increased international trade are two of the most important drivers of economic growth today, and they will continue to be among the most important drivers for years to come. Cross-border trade has gone up almost exponentially in the last 10 years. Add to that the 90% of what we buy locally that we do not produce locally, and the importance of global supply chains cannot be overstated. This is a powerful combination in which global supply chains drive the global marketplace, take advantage of accelerating technological innovation, and leverage comparative advantages around the world. Innovations in how we connect all nodes, activity links, and resources across a global supply chain will have a tremendous impact on the value being added. Equally important, global supply chains will be increasingly leveraged strategically, not only by the producers, but by all participants in the chain. Advances in logistics. Clearly, we have seen major advances in transportation and logistics solutions on a worldwide basis. Many large logistics service providers operate in more than 100 countries, and the largest express transportation companies, such as FedEx, UPS, and DHL, list as many as 200 or more countries as their global market space. Perhaps the most important advance in transportation and logistics is the transparency of information in the global supply chain. Knowing what is occurring across the entire supply chain at all times gives all parties and nodes in the chain a great advantage. At the same time, we predict that for the foreseeable future, logistics providers will mainly come from developed 36 nations and serve all countries in the world, while emerging markets and newly industrialized countries are critically important for world development. There are unlikely to be too many firms from those countries starting up or reformulating to offer logistics services worldwide. Newly industrialized countries, NICs, typically have a lower GDP than countries in the developed world, though they have a higher level of GDP growth. NICs are also characterized by a great deal of industry and/or international trade. We believe that global supply chain management drives the economic engine in these countries. NICs have productive capability and low labor costs, but they often lack the appropriate global supply chain infrastructure necessary to be efficient and effective. These countries need to be evaluated for low-cost sourcing, production opportunities, and target market segments. At the same time, the group of NICs is not as large as the group of emerging markets, and many people would classify NICs as emerging markets in any event. In sum, this means that the exposure that NICs have and the opportunities that they present for global supply chains are constantly being closely evaluated. A firm has to stay well astride of the NICs but cannot necessarily expect to outduel the competition in these markets. Product development. More and more products are requiring more financial and non-financial resources to develop and implement relative to their market lives. This means that the pressure is on firms to sell their products as widely and to as many customers as possible. The alternative, that is, to develop products with more limited features and perhaps lower quality levels is not logical or even feasible today. Consumers are increasingly demanding the best at a good price. Global supply chains are a major part of the solution. Specifically, companies need to have a well-working global supply chain infrastructure available to them to push out their products to a larger number of potential customers than ever before. Customers want new products with more features and better quality, all costly propositions. Using global supply chains helps offset these costs through potentially larger market coverage involving more customers. Resource scarcity. The trend toward a more homogenized world, creating global consumers and the need for inbound and outbound global supply chains, has potentially serious implications for resources. In some cases, the demand for certain products cannot be fully met because of resource constraints. For example, a lack of raw materials, component parts, or supply chain infrastructure. These constraints also have direct value implications. When the quantity of raw materials, component parts, or finished products employed to make other products becomes limited, quality standards are likely to drop in many cases. Alternatively, creative resource solutions have to be developed to offset the lack of resources in some areas. Global companies that are trying to satisfy customers' demands and are under pressure to deliver will engage with a larger assortment of suppliers. This undoubtedly will result in a drop-off in quality standards. In some industries, we will also see resource constraints to such an extent that projects will have to be delayed or even eliminated. For example, high-quality processed steel is a resource that is limited today. Engaging locally. A lack of understanding and knowledge of the global markets is a huge potential cost driver. Global supply chains are considered to be at the market level because they engage companies in different parts of the world and draw on the experience and expertise of those firms. Global supply chains are not global just because they source from different parts of the world. Value in the chain is a function of integrating firms and individuals with local knowledge into the supply chain. The trick is finding the right firms for the right scenario. 37. Even in large countries such as China and India, skilled labor is getting tougher to identify. This is especially true with the cost structures that we have grown accustomed to in the last 2 decades. Careful evaluation of talent, leverage points in the world, and how best to integrate the critical, local knowledge are important features of global supply chains. Timing, the old adage that time is money, has been around in business circles for years. Now we often talk about speed, cycle time, time for delivery, and timing. What all these things really mean is straightforward. Customers want products when they want them, not necessarily when companies want to sell them to the customers. Many times these do coincide, even though this was not always planned. Instead, companies operating global supply chains need to strategically plan for the cycle time costs associated with production and delivery in different parts of the world. Additionally, they must create scenarios in which cycle time serves as an input into the value-added results that go into the products. We have implemented just-in-time systems in many industries for a reason. However, while these worldwide cycle time costs are becoming more predictable in certain areas, such as China and India, they are still not predictable for many emerging markets, newly industrialized countries, and less developed countries. The outlook, though, is positive. As more and more of the world's countries become engaged and even entrenched in the global marketplace, global supply chain cycle time should become more predictable and more ingrained into the chain's total cost structure. Costs of doing business. One would think that the costs of doing business should be rather universal, but we know better. The World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index is calculated as a function of 10 sub-indexes. Starting a business, dealing with construction permits, getting electricity, registering property, getting credit, protecting investors, paying taxes, trading across borders, enforcing contracts, and resolving insolvency. Many trade specialists think of these as the intangible costs of doing business globally. However, they become incredibly tangible when, for example, bureaucracy slows down global supply chains or costs are added to the product via taxes. They also become tangible when getting paid is an issue. As economic freedom is improving globally and as more countries are promoting their locations for business operations, the regulations and laws associated with the costs of doing business will become better for global supply chains. But the time horizon for improvement around the world is vastly different depending on where you are, and quite different, too, depending on the part of the global supply chain in which you are engaged. Security and risk piracy is still alive and well, and we are not just talking about copying products. Piracy on the world's waterways presents a security risk that has cost implications for global supply chains. The cost comes in the form of lost raw material, component parts, and products, as well as the need for increased insurance, not to mention different shipping routes and even different shipping modes. But the security and risks go far beyond those cost measures. Supply chain risk combines 3 elements. It starts with a potential threat and then combines the probability of that threat with its potential severity. More on this in Chapter 3 as well. Costs are associated with each issue, that is, threat, probability, and severity. An allocation of a potential or even probable cost is not likely to become easier even though the worldwide marketplace is becoming more global. Understanding government globalization drivers. The government globalization drivers generally involve the laws and regulations imposed by governments in the world's countries. Some of the laws are enacted with protectionism in mind, and others are intended to encourage trade. Issues 38. Such as trade policies, technical standards, marketing regulations, government-owned competitors, government-owned customers, and government concerns with the entrance of global companies into their economy are critical components of the government globalization drivers. Taking all these issues into account, we offer a comparative ranking of 10 industries and a forecast, based on data, of where we are predicting them to be in 5 years in terms of the globalization potential of supply chains. See Figure 2.5. These are based on pressures from government globalization drivers. The comparative ranking for the government globalization drivers is approximate and will change over time, as indicated by the 8.2% change expected in government drivers, on average, for all these industries over the next 5 years. The expectation is that the government globalization drivers will be 8.2% more conducive to globalization efforts in 5 years. However, some industries will be more globalized and some will not meet the 8.2% positive change. For example, we forecast that there will not be much of a change in government regulations and policies for computer software, computer hardware, and air transportation in the next 5 years. 10 years out, it gets more difficult to forecast, but our data indicate that the government drivers across industries will become 23.0% more globalized and approach the globalization of the other industry drivers, with a score of 75 on the 100-point scale. Government globalization drivers implications for supply chains. Government globalization drivers influence global supply chains in direct ways that affect value creation at all stages of the chain. These government drivers are somewhat unpredictable, especially in emerging markets and less developed countries, where government protectionism and laws can be 39. Imposed on the marketplace at sometimes unpredictable times. This unpredictability stems from governments often not being rational in terms of implementing laws and regulations on a universal basis. Instead, governments of all kinds have a tendency to focus more narrowly on certain industries for various reasons. Alternatively, when governments should be focusing on single issues, they sometimes create sweeping changes and regulations that affect a plethora of trade issues, even though the main issues that had to be dealt with initially had nothing to do with a given industry. Strategic supply chain plans, contingency analysis, and constant evaluation of feasible alternatives are a must in creating value across global supply chains. All 4 industry globalization drivers are heavily affected by government globalization. Governments generally would have the most direct and critical effect on the market channels. This is, after all, where the true competition with home country companies is the most obvious and perhaps the most severe. Purchasing raw materials and component parts, for example, can be more strategically assigned to countries that facilitate trade. The assumption is that the raw materials and component parts are available from multiple countries and are cost-effective. Logistics and operations facilitate purchasing's connection with a producer in the chain, which means that they should be affected less by government restrictions than purchasing and market channels are. However, the unpredictability of some governments warrants constant monitoring, evaluation, and strategic planning with regard to all the steps in the global supply chain. This, in effect, maximizes a global environment that facilitates the trade needed in any given chain. Overall, the most successful global companies find ways to work with host country governments to infuse value into the chain while offering high-quality order fulfillment, customer service, and products. There are some general implications that can be drawn from forecasting what will happen with the government globalization drivers. We have developed a top 10 set of government drivers that are important for global supply chains. Policies and regulations, tariff barriers, non-tariff barriers, government buying and selling, privatization, emerging markets, prevention of security breaches, sustainability at government levels, trading blocs, and World Trade Organizations. Policies and regulations. Government policies can have unique and even unintended consequences for global supply chains. The most obvious is that government policies can impose costs on supply chains in ways that suppress business activity. In the worst cases, government policies can lead to artificial breaks in activity links between chain nodes that really are intended to work together. The most normal, albeit usually negative, policies involve governments creating regulations that lead to increased costs or that reduce global companies' ability to improve efficiency in the chain. These may include a myriad of regulations such as transportation standards, size of retail stores, and policies directly associated with supply chain operations. In fact, in many cases, policies that are directly tied to the operation of different nodes and activity links in the chain are often more constraining than normal trade policies. At the same time, the increase in global supply chains in the last 20 years means that at least many governments have less of an incentive to negatively affect chains and/or are more positively inclined toward being a part of the worldwide solution of adding value to products via these chains. Tariffs have declined steadily since the 1940s. With supply chain decomposition, firms can identify where the greatest value is and then identify policy priorities that fit their global supply chain. At the same time, today's global supply chains are complex, often involving production in different countries and bringing together 40 components from several countries for final assembly. Markups via tariffs across the global supply chain range from just a few percentage points to some 900% previously for Barbie dolls produced in China and sold in the United States, for example. The typical tariff markup going from a developed country to another developed country is about 170%. As a result, value creation for the total supply chain has to take tariff barriers into account for each country-to-country link and each node-to-node link in the chain. Non-tariff barriers, the effects of non-tariff measures, which are compounded with the addition of each node and link in global supply chains, need to be monitored as well. This means that non-tariff barriers to trade can have a discontinuous effect on global supply chains. Understanding such non-tariff barriers is critical, since production often takes place in different countries. This entails strategic planning and coordination of inventories of intermediate goods, delivery of final goods, and return of defective products, through a well-operating reverse logistics system. In fact, while the way product standards interact with international trade is complex, harmonized standards can promote trade and also make supply chains more efficient. Government buying and selling governments clearly need to exist in order to provide infrastructure. However, situations that occurred in the past in which governments were both large producers and large customers are unlikely to emerge again. Governments may be more facilitators than producers, although they will maintain some of their role as customers. Obviously, in some cases, governments also hinder the process, as we have seen with, for example, tariff and non-tariff barriers, laws, and regulations. In the facilitator role, however, governments have a direct connection to global supply chains both from an infrastructure standpoint and from the standpoint of how to add value and sell into a market. Privatization refers to an ownership shift of assets in a country from the government to private entities. It can also refer to shifting the way public services are provided from the government to private entities. Generally, increased privatization of a country's economy and public services leads to an increase in consumer choices, improvement in operational efficiency and effectiveness, and heightened competition. These are all technically good outcomes of privatization, but they also put different types of pressures on global supply chains. In essence, after privatization, negotiations and leverage points in the global supply chain are done at the firm level, not the state level, and competition to provide these value-added services will probably increase drastically, especially in commodity-oriented industries. So, while the overall result is a more open market, increased opportunities, and added know-how on how to operate optimally, global supply chains face negotiations with more firms rather than with what used to be state-run entities. Emerging markets, broadening the idea of the BRIC countries, 9 emerging markets: Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Russia, South Africa, Turkey, and Vietnam are expected to contribute about 50% of global GDP growth in the coming decade. These 9 countries were also covered in detail in Chapter 1. Emerging markets will represent an even larger share of the growth in product categories that are highly mature in developed economies, for example, automobiles. These are fantastically high numbers that create a real sense of urgency among many multinational corporations. In fact, many companies realize that they are likely to fall behind in the years to come simply by not being strategic and planning effectively for the integration of these emerging markets into their value chains. Many supply chain analysts also recognize that the growing global middle class in these emerging markets could significantly affect supply chains in the future. 41. Middle class is growing significantly in all emerging markets and represents the hidden economy in most of these markets. That is, a large portion of the economy in emerging markets is not accounted for, since it is virtually impossible to predict accurately, much less account for objectively, and people in the low and middle income brackets in these emerging markets are driving this hidden but often large portion of the economy. Preventing security breaches. Recently, the United States released a national strategy for global supply chain security to focus on the protection of supply chains. This is in direct response to the staggering amount of trade that takes place every day between nations, millions of tons of cargo. The world and the United States have realized that world trade is driven by global supply chains. The national strategy developed by the United States was created over a 2-year period with input from hundreds of supply chain stakeholders. The United States also has the Container Security Initiative and the Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism, to mention just a few examples. In addition to individual governments, other organizations and programs are also addressing the security and risk issues facing global supply chains, beyond the specific industries and companies involved. ISO 28000 deals specifically with managing security and risks and is covered in detail in Chapter 3. Other examples include the International Maritime Organization, which administers the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, and the World Customs Organization, the only organization focused exclusively on customs matters. These are also covered in Chapter 3. Sustainability at government levels. Earlier, we described scenarios in which customers demand sustainability and greening of the products that they buy. The higher levels of governments are doing the same thing. They are also starting to demand green products, placing the burden on firms in global supply chains in particular. These sustainability efforts have also been elevated to the United Nations. The United Nations Global Compact, a corporate social responsibility initiative, states that supply chain sustainability is the management of environmental, social and economic impacts, and the encouragement of good governance practices throughout the life cycles of goods and services. The objective of supply chain sustainability is to create, protect and grow long-term environmental, social and economic value for all stakeholders involved in bringing products and services to market. 3. The UN Global Compact was launched in the year 2000 and has now been signed by some 8,000 entities in more than 135 countries. This response across the world demonstrates that sustainability is clearly permeating government ranks and will be a key area for future governmental scrutiny and guidance. Trading blocks. Interestingly, we have far fewer operational barriers today than ever before. In terms of infrastructure, aspects of getting from point A to point B have improved over the years in almost all countries. This does not mean that it is easy to get to some less developed nations or even emerging markets, but it does mean that the transportation infrastructure allows firms to be anywhere in the world that they want to be within a day or so. In parallel with this better transportation infrastructure, however, we have also seen a drastic increase in trade agreements around the world, from almost none being in existence in the early 1970s and fewer than 50 in the early 1990s to there now being more than 300 throughout the world. Many countries are part of many trade agreements, making the trade complexity even more severe at times. Clearly, there are global supply chain implications resulting from these trading bloc structures that many, if not most, firms face. Planning and accounting for potential trading bloc obstacles is a must in global supply chain strategy. 42. World Trade Organizations. Following World War II, the United States, working with its allies overseas, built institutions that it hoped would secure a peaceful, prosperous world for the future. The United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other international associations and councils were founded with these high hopes. Unfortunately, none of these lofty plans has succeeded as well as the institutions created to foster and expand global trade. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, and its successor, the World Trade Organization, WTO. 9 multilateral negotiating rounds have increased world trade from $80 billion in 1947 to some $20 trillion in 2012, allowing incomes to rise in country after country. In fact, many of the trading bloc issues that we discussed earlier are reinforcing the WTO agreement to facilitate the promotion of trade. In many cases, we do have common platforms, although not common processes, for issues that facilitate trade, such as patents, copyrights, and contracts, that also involve many of the world's countries. Understanding competitive globalization drivers. The competitive globalization drivers generally depend on the actions of competitors. Issues that relate to the competitive drivers include the degree to which an industry has major competitors from different countries. They also encompass whether an industry has a lot of imports and exports across countries, the degree of interdependence among countries involved in an industry or with a competitor, the degree to which competitors are globalized in their industries, and whether major competitors have a transferable competitive advantage that relates to their core competencies. Taking all these issues into account, we offer both a comparative ranking of 10 industries and a forecast, based on data, of where we are predicting them to be in 5 years in terms of the globalization potential of supply chains based on the pressure from competitive globalization drivers. See Figure 2.6. The comparative ranking for the competitive globalization drivers is approximate and will change over time, as indicated by the 6.0% change expected in competitive drivers, on average, for all these industries in the next 5 years. This means that we expect the competitive globalization 43 drivers to be 6.0% more conducive to globalization efforts in 5 years. However, some industries will be more globalized and some will not reach the 6.0% positive change. For example, we forecast that there will not be much of a change in the competitive forces for insurance, watches and clocks, and cement in the next 5 years. 10 years from now, the forecast is less certain but still rather predictable. Our data indicate that the competitive drivers across industries will become 20.9% more globalized, with a score of 81 on the 100-point scale. Competitive globalization drivers implications for supply chains. The competitive globalization drivers influence global supply chains directly through the actions of the major competitors in an industry. In effect, having several major competitors will result in an industry environment that can facilitate global supply chains through the networks of first, second, and third-tier suppliers that are created to support an industry. Competition can also hinder global supply chains if one or a select few firms create monopoly-like tendencies in an industry. However, this type of situation is rare. Most of the time, competition helps build infrastructure and helps facilitate effective global supply chain operations throughout the world. Logistics and operations are directly and significantly affected by competitive globalization drivers. Related issues such as speed, quality, cost, and flexibility in supply chains all relate to the competitive drivers and the end products. In addition, the number of logistics service providers is increasing internationally, to the extent that we forecast some consolidation in emerging markets in the near future. Competitiveness in an industry is also directly connected with purchasing and market channels. Clearly, customers want to receive the most value possible in return for the price that they pay for a product. These pressures on firms increase as more major competitors become part of an industry. Likewise, the 44 expectation is that firms purchasing on the inbound side of the chain will be able to find high-quality raw materials and component parts to satisfy end consumers who interact with the supply chain at the market channels level. There are some topics and general conclusions that can be drawn from forecasts of what will happen with a competitive globalization drivers. We have developed a set of top 10 competitive globalization drivers that pertain to global supply chains. Increased world trade, competitive battlegrounds, foreign acquirers, new competitors, born globals, interdependent countries, global centering, strategic alliances, commoditization, and talent. Increased world trade across countries has dominated worldwide production for some time. Whereas international trade used to be about double the production that takes place inside a country, now there is about a 3-to-1 ratio in favor of trade. More broadly, since 1980, world trade has seen about an 800% increase, whereas world output in the form of production has only quadrupled. The reasons for this increased trade are numerous, but some of the more prominent ones include decreases in the costs of trading, such as transportation, communication, information search, and tariffs, development of a more globalized and homogeneous world population, increases in incomes and purchasing power in more countries, and, perhaps most important, increases in the similarity of interests and needs across the world's customers. More recently, the last 10 years have seen even more remarkable increases in international trade, largely driven by global supply chains. And, given that global supply chains are predicted to become 25% of a firm's global strategy in 5 years, versus 20% now, global supply chains will be even more prominently featured in international trade. Competitive battlegrounds, the so-called triad markets, North America, Western Europe, and Japan plus the newly industrialized countries in Southeast Asia are still the key battleground markets in the world. Even so, more of the competitive battlegrounds will involve emerging markets such as Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Russia, South Africa, Turkey, and Vietnam. See Chapter 1. These countries are expected to contribute more than 50% of global GDP growth in the coming decade. The purchasing power of the middle class worldwide is estimated to double in the next 2 decades, with Asia accounting for about 80%. This will establish parts of Asia, including Southeast Asia, as fruitful and important battlegrounds for global firms. Foreign acquirers, foreign acquisitions of firms that were traditionally owned by local entrepreneurs and investors leads, over time, to an increased global mindset within the corporate culture in such firms. A more globally oriented fabric of companies typically leads to more global exposure, engagement, and international trade activity. The end result is that global supply chains are pressured to perform because of the shift in corporate cultures and also because firms are seeking market opportunities worldwide on a more proactive basis. For all the soccer enthusiasts who are reading this book, think about the unheard of possibility that any English, Italian, or Spanish soccer club, for example, would be owned by a non-citizen of those countries, and yet that is now an enormous reality. New competitors with a world's wide-ranging economies increasingly becoming integrated into one global economy, and with the internet providing the infrastructure for more firms to go after customers in worldwide markets, the competitive pressures and increased motivation to establish a global presence have taken on greater importance for 45. Many firms. The internet can solve the information gap that previously held firms back from addressing global customers' wants and needs. Global supply chains have to solve the integration of chains into value networks and the reaching of these global customers. Born global firms are those that conduct business across borders from the inception of their firm or close to it. Academically, we often say from within 2 years of inception. Despite the limited resources that typically characterize new businesses, born globals have substantial international sales early on. These types of companies are being created in very significant numbers worldwide, and they have been observed in all major trading countries and across all industries. The born globals put pressure on their global supply chain partners and expect them to bring full-service solutions for reaching those customers in the global markets that are most likely to buy the firm's products at an early stage. Vertical integration of global supply chain activities worldwide is the key. Companies expect it, and more companies, such as third-party logistics providers, are delivering it. Interdependent countries in the span of one generation. Global economic interdependence has grown extraordinarily as a consequence of enormous technological progress and policies aimed at opening national economies to competition, internally and externally. Global supply chains are the solution to this interdependence among countries. Firms operate across interdependent countries to create value in the supply chain, but value cannot be achieved without effective coordination and integration among chain entities and countries. Leveraging the interdependence, then, becomes the role of global supply chains and their partners. As a result, countries cannot be interdependent without supply chains that solve the complexity that results from this interdependence, identifying nodes that are part of the chain and identifying and leveraging the value-added components to be gained from interdependence among countries. This is very much like the way supply chain partners are often interdependent. Global Centering in 2006, Sam Palmisano, then CEO of IBM, defined a globally centered firm as a company that fashions its strategy, its management, and its operations in pursuit of a new goal: the integration of production and value delivery worldwide. National headquarters are still the norm, but global companies, firms with no obvious attachment to a home country, such as a C. Brown Boveri, AB, are on the rise. Integration of production and value delivery worldwide requires effective and efficient global supply chains to take advantage of absolute and comparative advantages worldwide. Given the typically lower levels of control and coordination of these globally centered companies compared with those that are nationally or even regionally centered. Strategic alliances. A global strategic alliance is usually established when a firm wants to enter into a related or even new business or geographic market. For example, in the last couple of decades, many companies have established partnerships in Europe so that they could be treated as European Union firms within the EU borders, assuming more than 50% ownership by the EU partner. This could also be true in countries like China, where the foreign government prohibits imports in certain cases in order to protect the domestic industry. One eye-opening point is that you might be surprised to find that you can build mutually advantageous alliances with some unlikely allies. Many companies make conscious decisions to form partnerships with complementary or even competing companies that can offer them opportunities in new countries. BMW, Mercedes, and Porsche having joint dealerships in the United States is an example of relatively fierce competitors joining forces in some parts of the world and maintaining their competitiveness in other parts. 46. Commoditization. With the increase in trade in the last 10 years, we have also seen a drastic increase in the commoditization of products. Whereas some products had economic value and a distinguishable uniqueness in terms of attributes in the past, customers now treat them as commodities. The market differentiation that these products enjoyed at one time has been replaced by price competition as the central factor that customers use when deciding which products to buy. Global supply chains have facilitated the commoditization of products by being able to get them into almost all corners of the world, something that could not be done in the past. This has resulted in customers treating the products as commodities. The days of low-cost, everyday products being the only goods likely to be treated as commodities are over. Many high-tech, high-complexity products have also been commoditized, such as memory chips, laptop components, transportation services, auto parts, floor polishes, and certain construction materials. Talent. It seems improbable to say that we lack qualified talent in the world marketplace, but this really is the case in many industries and for many jobs. Worldwide annual employment growth is predicted to be less than 2% for years to come. The exceptions are in the Middle East and Africa, where the rates are expected to be much higher. For global supply chains, some of the implications include the fact that supply chains may have to be staffed more with current people, retrained employees, and local resources than with local or global employees. It may also mean that certain industries will have a shortage of qualified people who can do the job, resulting in increased pressures on global supply chains to deliver products and even services where value to cost can be best utilized. Guidelines for diagnosing industry globalization potential. The issue of alignment between industry globalization drivers and global supply chain efforts in the areas of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels is one of the most critical aspects of implementing strategic global supply chains. If the industry is more globalized than your chains, your firm is probably losing out on opportunities, efficiencies, and leverage points. If the industry is less globalized than your chains, your firm is probably spending extra on efforts to educate the marketplace. Neither scenario is necessarily a weak position in the global marketplace, but each does raise a red flag and is a cause for concern and careful evaluation of opportunities. The starting point for globalizing supply chains should be determining the degree to which the industry is globalized. Next, the firm's global strategy should be evaluated in the context of current and planned future global supply chain efforts. Supply chain management is a part of corporate strategy and should be leveraged within the context and alignment of other global strategy levers: market participation, products and services, marketing, and competitive moves. After these two critical stages, global supply chains should be evaluated both holistically, from raw material to delivery of a product to an end customer, and within each supply chain function within a firm, that is, logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. Total cost analysis is the key. Each of these three steps is dependent on understanding, evaluating, and taking action vis-a-vis the industry globalization drivers. In diagnosing industry globalization potential, these guidelines and observations are applicable to all industries and companies. Bullet. All industries are global to some degree and probably not global in some areas. There is not a single industry that is either fully domestic or fully global at this time. There is globalization potential in every industry represented by the approximately 5,000 commodity groups in the so-called harmonized system, covered in Chapter 3. Bullet. Different supply. 47. Chain functions can operate in different directions in the same industry. Some may favor globalization, such as global sourcing in the case of purchasing, for example, while others may not favor globalization, as may be the case with operations when it comes to opening production facilities in foreign locations. Bullet. Multinational corporations should respond selectively to industry globalization drivers. They should typically globalize only those supply chain functions, logistics, purchasing, operations, or market channels, and those activity links that are favored by globalization. Bullet. Firms should keep in mind that an industry's globalization potential changes over time, as our data have shown, and that each industry driver operates independently in terms of both changes over time and strength in an industry. Bullet. Corporations should use industry globalization drivers as a starting point for globalizing strategy and supply chains, using the world, a region of the world, or a select set of countries as the marketplace. Global supply chain efforts can be leveraged at multiple levels and with different complexities. Appendix. Measures of industry globalization drivers. David Hult, 2012. Provide an extensive discussion of measures of each of the industry globalization drivers: market, cost, government, and competitive drivers, in Chapter 10 of their book Total Global Strategy. 4. In assessing the industry globalization drivers as they are in 2013 and using statistical methods to forecast what the state of these industry drivers will be in 2018 and 2023, we base our results on the extensive battery of measures that David Hult detail in their book. A listing of the core drivers and measures are included in this appendix in tables 2.1 through 2.4. We encourage the reader to consult Total Global Strategy for more detail. 48. 49. Tran 48. Tren 187. 1 Tren 80.146T. TNG VT. Cock Shoot EC Atrine So NTHO. INTH. 100%. BNG BRNG trained IT. Con CPPHNHIO Microsoft. Global Supply Chain Management. Chapter 3 Global Supply Chain Infrastructure. The world's infrastructure is the facilitator of global supply chains. Basic worldwide infrastructure issues. The worldwide infrastructure for global supply chains involves transportation, communication, utilities, and technology, but there are lots of tangents and important issues that accompany those basic elements. For example, security, risks, value, legal considerations, contracts, insurance, customs, and payment. Clearly, the world's infrastructure planning can, and maybe should, include a plethora of infrastructure issues that have effects on global supply chains, whether in the area of logistics, purchasing, operations, or market channels. However, we will focus on transportation, communication, utilities, and technology as having critical and direct effects on many aspects of the functioning of global supply chains, and use them as the starting point for incorporating other important infrastructure issues. In a way, these four infrastructure domains serve as the facilitators or inhibitors of the operations of global supply chains. They also serve as the structures for how global supply chains at any given point in time have been operating worldwide. Think tennis. Well, some more specificity may be warranted. For a century, all tennis players used a one-handed backhand to go along with their one-handed forehand. But in the 1970s and 1980s, Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors came along with two-handed backhands. Connors in essence used a hybrid of a one- and two-handed backhand, with a push stroke, as opposed to Borg's more free swinging. 51. Chapter 3 Global Supply Chain Infrastructure. The world's infrastructure is the facilitator of global supply chains. Basic worldwide infrastructure issues. The worldwide infrastructure for global supply chains involves transportation, communication, utilities, and technology, but there are lots of tangents and important issues that accompany those basic elements. For example, security, risks, value, legal considerations, contracts, insurance, customs, and payment. Clearly, the world's infrastructure planning can, and maybe should, include a plethora of infrastructure issues that have effects on global supply chains, whether in the area of logistics, purchasing, operations, or market channels. However, we will focus on transportation, communication, utilities, and technology as having critical and direct effects on many aspects of the functioning of global supply chains, and use them as the starting point for incorporating other important infrastructure issues. In a way, these four infrastructure domains serve as the facilitators or inhibitors of the operations of global supply chains. They also serve as the structures for how global supply chains at any given point in time have been operating worldwide. Think tennis. Well, some more specificity may be warranted. For a century, all tennis players used a one-handed backhand to go along with their one-handed forehand. But in the 1970s and 1980s, Bjorn Borg and Jimmy Connors came along with two-handed backhands. Connors in essence used a hybrid of a one- and two-handed backhand, with a push stroke, as opposed to Borg's more free-swinging two-handed backhand. In any event, Borg, who has the best winning percentage of all professional tennis players, and Connors, who has the third best winning percentage of professional tennis players, Ivan Lendl is second, started a trend that is very much alive today. Two-handed backhands came into vogue and have retained their significance for the game. But whereas Borg played with a heavy topspin on his backhand and Connors preferred a flat, heavy ball, a few years later, Mats Wilander came along with a nice hybrid of 52. The two, using a two-handed topspin backhand, but also a one-handed slice backhand. After he won 4 of the top 5 tournaments in 1988 and 4 Grand Slams before the age of 20, Wilander's approach to tennis provided a new method for being successful in the game. And players of all calibers started copying Wilander's way of playing. At the same time, the throwback approaches of John McEnroe and to some degree Ivan Lendl were used very effectively. Now, amateur players had multiple choices for how to hit the ball and even multiple materials to use in their tennis rackets. That led to other players, such as Michael Chang, using longer graphite rackets to their advantage, narrowly focused players, such as Boris Becker, playing power games, and finesse players, such as Stefan Edberg, using power. So, while there was a time when everyone played with wooden rackets and used one-handed backhands, think of some of the greats such as Rod Laver and Ken Rosewall. More recently, we have a diverse assortment of players, games, and approaches, from the delicate and finesse-oriented ways of Roger Federer, to the heavy topspin power game of Rafael Nadal, to the all-around games of Novak Djokovic and Andy Murray. And this is only on the men's side of the game. Women have made even greater strides in diversifying their games from pure elegance, almost beauty, to now also having numerous power hitters and varied approaches. All of this is really a function of the tennis infrastructure that exists in the game. A few decades ago, tennis players of all calibers used wooden rackets, one-handed backhands, and a relatively flat continental grip. Today, the game has many coaches teaching a wide variety of ways to play and be successful. In essence, customizing the approach to playing the game to suit each player so that he or she can achieve the most from it. If your tennis coach uses a one-size-fits-all approach in teaching you how to play, you may want to switch coaches. The tennis infrastructure and its evolution correlate well with the evolution of global supply chains over the last decade. Who would have thought that call centers in India were feasible, production facilities in China were thinkable, and transportation of certain heavy bulk products by air was a possibility? Phrases such as global economies of scale and demand for local responsiveness are now mainstays in global supply chain practice. In essence, we have gone from a global culture in which speed, quality, cost, and flexibility were truly competing priorities to one in which we want to have almost all of them at the same time. Competing priorities have given way to developing the right mix of features, very similar to the established idea of the marketing mix of product, place, price, and promotion, covered in Chapter 7- in the field of marketing. Well, as the new saying goes, you can have your cake and eat it too. Before, the saying used to be that you can't have your cake and eat it too. But we think you can. The global supply chain infrastructure not only allows for this but demands it. While we do not have superstar athletes like those in professional tennis, we do have superstar firms operating incredible global supply chain networks. Amazon, Apple, Dell, McDonald's, Procter & Gamble, Walmart, and the like have demonstrated an incredible ability to put the right amount of leverage on the right places at the right time to run quite efficient and effective global supply chains. These chains not only support the firm's corporate strategies but are also embedded in their total global strategy. These firms are using the best of the global infrastructure that exists for supply chains and overcoming the inhibitors in the infrastructure so that they can do well. They are growing their global supply chains, offering resilient systems, and building enough redundancy into the supply chains via multi-local operations to allow for contingencies. Infrastructure, by its nature, involves a lot of basic organizational and physical structures and operating procedures that support or hinder. 53. Global supply chains. In essence, we are talking about all the publicly or privately owned elements that are in place to facilitate operating supply chains throughout the world. In this chapter, we will address issues such as transportation, communication, utilities, technology, security, risks, legal considerations, commercial documents, customs, terms of payment, international commerce terms, incoterms, harmonized codes, and the like. Of the many infrastructure issues listed, some may be viewed as helping to run global supply chains, while others, at times, may be perceived as hindering the work of global supply chains. What we do know, however, is that infrastructure scores a 61 on the 100-point scale today, where 100 is fully globalized and 0 is fully domestic, but the expectation is that global supply chains infrastructure facilitators will become better for global operations. These scores are illustrated in Figure 3.1. We expect improvements of 11% in the global supply chain infrastructure in the next 5 years and another 15% in the following 5 years, or an expected globalization of the infrastructure supporting the operating of global supply chains of 28% in the next 10 years, by 2023. This does not suggest that there will be less bureaucracy and red tape. What it does suggest is that countries, firms, and individuals will be more likely to work through the issues associated with global supply chains. We will still have security and risk issues in global supply chains. Legal considerations are still going to be there, especially across country borders. Commercial documents will continue to exist, although hopefully there will be fewer of them, and they will also maintain their importance in terms of transparency and clarity concerning shipments. Incoterms are likely to continue to be defined as they are now, since the most recent revision was published on January 1st, 2011. Incoterms were started in 1936, and they have been amended and revised roughly every decade in the last 30 years. Terms of payment and currency of payment may be an area where we will see some more options and flexibility. Transportation, communication, utilities, and technology infrastructure addressing various infrastructure issues is important because global supply. 54. Chains depend on worldwide infrastructure in order to operate well. One illustration of this is FedEx in China. FedEx entered mainland China in 1984 and has been committed to increasing its access points in the country and the region ever since. Recently, FedEx began tripling its capacity of operations in Shanghai through the development of a new hub to be completed in 2017. Working with the Shanghai Airport Company Limited, FedEx plans to establish a new international express and cargo hub at Shanghai Pudong International Airport. This development reinforces FedEx's commitment to China, where it has an intense set of flights daily to and from various places such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, and Chengdu. But landing a Boeing 777 freighter in Shanghai takes a great airport infrastructure such as that at Shanghai Pudong International Airport, delivering the large number of packages carried on board the 777 takes trucks. Driving those trucks to customized destinations takes roads and gasoline. Knowing where the packages are and where they need to go takes communication and technology, and so on. It requires a coordinated and strategic effort integrating transportation, utilities, communication, and technology to operate FedEx's and most other organizations' global supply chains. One to illustrate how dynamic this picture is, consider FedEx's announcement on March the 21st, 2013, of a capacity cut to and from Asia. The third quarter was very challenging because of continued weakness in international air freight markets, pressure on yields as a result of industry overcapacity, and customers selecting less expensive and slower transit services. Beginning April the 1st, FedEx decreased capacity to and from Asia and began to manage traffic flows to place low-yielding traffic through lower-cost networks, in the process assessing how the actions might allow FedEx to retire more of its older, less efficient aircraft as part of the fleet modernization program it had begun several years earlier. The Asia capacity cut points to a need for constant diligence in matching supply to demand. Contingencies and flexibility are strategies that this firm has refined to the utmost, allowing for elasticity in operations. Transportation infrastructure. The most obvious infrastructure-related issue for global supply chains is transportation. How many nodes are there in a specific supply chain that spans some portion of the globe? What transportation do you expect to use between each pair of nodes? And is that type of transportation supported by the appropriate infrastructure? For example, roads for trucks, railways for trains, and waterways for ships? What type of packaging needs to be used to carry the goods from one mode of transportation in the chain to another? And where in the chain can delays be expected? These are just a few of the many transportation-related items that warrant strategic and tactical planning. Perhaps a closer-to-home example is this. Where do you live? What does the place where you live look like? Do you have a nice driveway? What about the street to which your driveway connects? You would take all these things into account if you were to move, right? Well, perhaps a better question is this. Can a semi-trailer get close enough to your house to load your furniture directly, or will you need a smaller truck or vehicle to transport your furniture to a location where it can be transferred to the larger truck? Now, let's say that you currently live in the Lansing area in Michigan, coincidentally, where the three authors of this book live, and you have decided to take a job in Stockholm. The starting point may be your house in Lansing, and the ending point may be your new apartment in Stockholm. But what will it take to transport your furniture from Lansing to Stockholm? These are global supply chain issues on a micro scale for one family and one house. Now think about the transportation infrastructure needed for FedEx again, and its deliveries of small packages from the 400,000 or so people living in the metro area of Lansing to the 1.5 million people in the metro area of 55. Stockholm. Global supply chains depend on transportation infrastructure in the form of roads, railways, airports and airspace, waterways, ports, and warehousing. Does your firm have a handle on each of these transportation issues? For example, we know that roads are a critical component of the transportation infrastructure worldwide. Roads become even more important in the last mile of the global supply chain. Too, in that sense, roads support ports, airports, and railroads, which are typically used prior to roads, with notable exceptions being the United States and other countries that are heavily dependent on trucks. The general quality of roads and the road infrastructure in strategically located areas is usually pretty easy to figure out with some basic research. What matters for the road infrastructure, beyond the quality of the roads, are issues such as congestion, networks and connections, and signage on the roads, including highways, roads outside cities and towns, and streets in very populated areas. Railroads have become more viable as a way to transport raw materials, parts, and finished products in light of the increased congestion on highways and roads, the increased concerns about pollution around the world, and the creation of effective and efficient multimodal containers. The multimodal containers, in particular, eliminate the need to load and unload products into and from traditional boxcars and have made the transportation much more efficient and logical. That said, railway transportation is still very much a world region issue. For example, in the United States, cargo has priority over passenger transportation, but the opposite is true in Europe and most of the rest of the world. In Europe, passenger transportation on trains is very popular, and it usually takes precedence over cargo. Strategic planning is the key, but the multimodal options have significantly helped in making the best choices. Naturally, we can assume that airports are a critical part of the infrastructure for global supply chains. At the same time, we have to realize that the kind of cargo carried by airplanes usually has a high cost. This means that it will be a long time before air transportation will be dominant as a cargo transportation vehicle, if that ever happens. Ships, trains, and trucks are just too good an option vis-a grave vis-air. Now, for companies like FedEx, UPS, and DHL, and for component parts and finished goods that lend themselves to air transportation, air is a natural complement to the transportation infrastructure and has an important place in getting things shipped around the world. Memphis and Hong Kong have competed for the busiest cargo airport in the world for a few years, with Shanghai predicted to become a challenger soon, especially when the new FedEx hub is completed around 2017. The basics to consider when evaluating air transportation include the length of the runways, which determines the size of the aircraft that can land at and take off from an airport, and the number of runways. Waterways around the world are perhaps the most critical aspect of the global supply chain infrastructure. We have vast amounts of seawater on the globe, and lots of raw materials, component parts, and finished goods are carried on various types of ships. Beyond the ocean waters, which are relatively uncongested compared with other forms of transportation, we also need to consider the depth and width of canals and other waterways that make up the beginning and ending portions of ocean travels. For example, the size of the locks associated with waterways is incredibly important. At this time, some of the internationally strategic waterways and canals include the Bosphorus in Turkey, the Suez Canal in Egypt, the Panama Canal in Panama, the St. Lawrence Seaway in North America, and the Corinth Canal in the Mediterranean. The Panama Canal in particular has received a lot of attention over the years. It's a superb connection between the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. 56. After the construction of 2 new sets of locks, each new lock will have 3 water chambers, and each chamber will have 3 water reutilization basins, and the widening and deepening of existing channels in Gatun Lake and the Culebra Cut. The Panama Canal is set to become an even more strategic global supply chain node for larger ships in 2014 and beyond. Waterways would be marginalized if we didn't have the necessary ports where small, medium, and usually large ships can dock. It is not just the ports themselves, though. They need cranes and other infrastructure items to load and unload cargo onto and from the ships. For example, can the port cranes load the maximum number of containers a ship can carry? Ships typically carry 13 containers side by side, but there is a possibility to carry as many as 18 containers in the post-Panamax era. Panamax measures refer to the maximum specifications allowed since the opening of the Panama Canal in 1914. Ships that fall outside of the Panamax sizes are called post-Panamax. In 2015, the new Panamax specifications will be in effect when the canal's 3rd set of larger locks becomes operational. Other typical issues that come into play at ports are unionized workforces with strict hours of operation and constrained port capacity, as many worldwide ports are operating at maximum capacity already. The starting point for evaluating ports should be the depth of the water leading to the port. We also have to take into account the maximum clearance under bridges on the way to the port. Hopefully, the planning can be more strategic than it was for the Oasis of the Seas. After departing from Finland on her maiden voyage to be delivered to the Royal Caribbean, the Oasis of the Seas had to have her telescoping funnels retracted and also use the squat effect technique. Travel at a high speed in shallow water to lower the ship by being drawn deeper into the water, to clear under the Great Belt Fixed Link, Storybelts Forbindelsen, outside Denmark. The final transportation infrastructure issue appears to have nothing to do with transportation at all, but it's a transportation-related matter that needs to be taken into account. Have you thought about why there are so many warehouses in Memphis and Louisville? Louisville is an easy starting point. That's where UPS has a stronghold. Memphis is both the same and different. Memphis is where FedEx has a stronghold, but the I-40 highway that runs across the state also runs through it, and lots of trucks go by every day. And, of course, Memphis is where the Mississippi River passes by, with lots of different types of ships. In addition, it has a number of quasi-railroads and many trucking terminals. Warehousing infrastructure is important for global supply chains and the multiple nodes in the chain. Products are very likely to be stationary for certain periods of time, and warehouses are natural holding locations during these layovers and transitions to multimodal operations. In this spirit, Memphis, Tennessee, has become known as North America's logistics center, with FedEx as a major client and the enormous web of warehouses to support the firm's cargo operations. Communication infrastructure, iPhones, iPads, Microsoft Surface computers, and the like have created a very sophisticated communication infrastructure for most individuals worldwide. It used to be that few people in the emerging markets and less developed nations could afford phones. The mobile phone changed that landscape, and now there is a cell phone in nearly every hand in every country. Obviously, there are a myriad of options. Apple's iPhone, along with competitors such as Samsung's Galaxy, Motorola's Droid, and Nokia's Lumia, give customers options that provide fantastic communication opportunities. There are even lots of apps to tackle supply chain management issues. Who would have thought it? Broader than personalized apps. 57. Though, telecommunication and mail services are the backbone of our communication infrastructure worldwide. Telecommunication networks serve as the foundation of our global society, especially the information society. By some accounts, telecommunications accounts for about 3% of the gross domestic product, GDP, of industrialized nations. In the last decade, however, voice telecommunications has increased by about 10%, whereas data transfers via telecommunications networks have roughly doubled every year. This data transfer is critically important for effective operation of global supply chains. It has changed the game from the agents being the gatekeeper of information to global supply chains operating with maximum transparency. Now we know where our shipments are at all times, or at least we should, and we have more control and involvement in where and how those shipments flow from node to node and to the end customers. So, strategic development of the information infrastructure to go along with the transportation of products is as critical as any component of the chain. Utilities infrastructure. An argument might be made that utilities are not really a global supply chain issue, and we can agree that utilities have an effect on many different aspects of global business, but these aspects also include global supply chain management. In some way, we take it for granted that utilities such as electricity, water, solar, and gas exist and are available to support global supply chain operations. Is this really true? Where have you traveled? Was the utilities infrastructure the same as the one at home? Probably not. Our guess is that, at a minimum, you had a hard time figuring out where to adjust the temperature in your hotel room. You may have had a hard time adjusting the water in the shower so that it was perfect for you, and the food may not have been cooked to your liking. These are fairly minor issues in the broad scheme of things. Now think of the bullwhip effect when it comes to supply chains and utilities. A small item at the beginning of the global supply chain, or at any early point in the chain, for that matter, can ultimately have a large effect down the line. This bullwhip problem escalates if we move beyond the developed nations and focus our attention on the other 150 or so countries in the world. We are not trying to downgrade or put a negative spin on our countries that are not as developed as those in North America, Western Europe, and the like, but we do need to highlight concerns that should be taken into account. In India, for example, why aren't Indian electricity blackouts having an effect on the country's technology centers? The answer is strategic, easy, and predictable. Indian businesses know how to get things done and plan accordingly. They need their call center operations to work, and so diesel generators keep their cell towers running and their technology operations such as call centers working even during blackouts where hundreds of millions of people may have no power. We are talking billions of gallons of diesel fuel, but the utilities need to be on if India is to thrive commercially. A contradiction or at least a comparison can be made to the United States, where the electrical grid has sometimes been called a patchwork quilt that has been stitched together to cover the country. Water and sewer systems can be a concern in many countries. Do you readily drink the water in every hotel room? What about swimming in the pool, river, or even ocean where you are planning to vacation? Do you always assume that you can? Water interruptions, rationing, and shortages are not uncommon. For example, by most accounts, there are 54 countries in Africa. Are they all the same when it comes to water supply and sewer services? No. What about a larger scale city such as Atlanta, with its top ranked, in terms of numbers of passengers, airport traffic? Lake Lanier is the main water reservoir in the northern portion of the state of Georgia that supplies the city of Atlanta with water. In July 2009, however, a federal judge from Minnesota selected 58 as a neutral judge in a water lawsuit involving Lake Lanier, ruled that Congress had never authorized the use of Lake Lanier to provide water to Atlanta. Civic leaders in Atlanta said that if the ruling were followed, they would see a 75% cut in drinking water to the region, which, ultimately, would result in disaster. Similar water shortages exist in many places, such as California, http://www. Calwatercrisis.org, and they have potentially severe effects on global supply chains. At this time, the World Bank estimates that 80% of the world's population has access to clean water within 1 kilometer, about 0.62 mile, of their home. Switching to another form of utilities, think of energy. Energy pipelines allow the fuel required to meet the world's energy needs to be increasingly transported by pipelines instead of by ships, trucks, and trains. Pipelines are typically the most economical way to transport large quantities of oil, refined oil, oil products, and natural gas. On land, these pipelines include gathering pipelines, inbound supply chain pipelines, transportation pipelines, long pipelines with a large diameter, and distribution pipelines, outbound supply chain pipelines. Think of the pipelines that may transport gas to your house as the smallest and most distribution-oriented pipelines. So, while we often forget the pipeline option, it is becoming more common throughout the world, and perhaps your shipment, even if it is not oil derivatives, should be thought of in this context. Technology infrastructure is a component of the communication infrastructure discussed earlier, but also, to some degree, a component of the related utilities infrastructure. In fact, technology is all around us in various forms. As it relates to infrastructure and global supply chains, however, we will center our attention on software and hardware that allow a firm to manage supply chain operations effectively. In that context, we can broadly talk about e-commerce being integral to international trade. E-commerce helps break down the barriers of geographic distance, supports information exchanges across all inbound/upstream and outbound/downstream nodes, and supports just-in-time information exchanges. That typically happens before the products, raw material, component parts, or finished products arrive at the next node in the supply chain. There's now an array of options and systems for integration that you can at least consider, depending on the size of your operations globally. These include electronic data interchange, ED, enterprise resource planning, ERP, collaborative planning, forecasting, and replenishment, CPFR, vendor managed inventory, VMI, warehouse management system, WMS, and radio frequency identification, RFID, to mention a few of the most critical ones. ED refers to the electronic interchange of data between two or more companies. Transmission of data via ED is usually automated, meaning that no employees are required to administer the system. Most often, it is displayed in a real-time format for accurate access and decision-making. Data transferred via ED typically includes purchase orders, invoices for payment, payment instructions, and delivery schedules. On a broader scale, ERP has made it easier for the right hand to know what the left hand is doing within firms. UP is a wide-ranging business planning and control system that includes supply chain-related subsystems, for example, materials requirements planning, or MRP. It requires a significant commitment of financial and non-financial resources both to implement and to maintain it. Large companies such as multinational corporations often implement an OP system, whereas small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, often implement some smaller version of an OP. WMS often operate in concert with OP systems. For example, an OP system defines material requirements, and these are 59. Transmitted to a distribution center for a WMS. Increased complexities in global supply chains create increased complexities in the warehouse. WMS manages this complexity to ensure that the right work is done at the right time to meet demand. CPFR was developed to fill the inter-organizational connections that ERP cannot fill within a supply chain context. In fact, CPFR is mainly a collaborative method for scheduling logistics between suppliers and customers. It can include few to many supply chain partners, few to many data exchanges, forecasting of various activities, planning, for example, marketing, product development, and transportation, and coordination of replenishment processes. Building on the notion of a CPFR, of MI typically involves a retailer outsourcing its inventory management to a supplier. In that sense, of MI allows for a holistic overview of the supply chain, with a single point of control for all inventory management. It helps predict supply and demand relationships more accurately, and it can include different related formulations. Replenishment only, replenishment and forecasting, replenishment, forecasting, and customer inventory management, or replenishment, forecasting, customer inventory management, and distribution planning. Finally, when applied in global supply chains, RFID technologies identify and locate tangible products that are in freight. RFID tags can be placed on individual product items, batches of freight, containers, or almost anything involved in global supply chains. Remote communication capabilities set RFID apart from other traceable technologies, such as barcodes, which need to be read or scanned. Supply chain security, risks, and value. In the year of this book's publication, the History Channel on TV in the United States is finding success with 2 shows that are outside the normal scope of TV entertainment. One show is called Big Rig Bounty Hunters, and the other is called Ice Road Truckers. Both are about truck driving, and they highlight many issues related to security, risks, and value that supply chains face. In the supply chain context, security refers to the application of policies, procedures, and technology to protect supply chain assets, products, facilities, equipment, information, and personnel from theft, damage, or terrorism, and to prevent the introduction of unauthorized contraband, people, or weapons of mass destruction. 3 Big Rig Bounty Hunters highlights a unique but important security and risk component of the trucking business. Specifically, each year, thousands of trucks carrying important and valuable cargo across North America go missing for one reason or another. Generally, these trucks disappear because of pirate-like occurrences. If you think about it, trucks can easily carry hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of valuables inside, such as raw materials, component parts, and or finished products, so they might seem to be a great target for criminals. On the TV show, the Big Rig Bounty Hunters literally hunt down the missing trucks and sometimes even the people who took them, and they haul the cargo to a pre-planned destination so that the trucking firms do not take a loss. Interestingly, the truck hunting business is pretty lucrative for these unique bounty hunters, but the value of the cargo on the trucks clearly warrants the trucking firm's business model. Ice Road Truckers highlights another risk and value proposition that supply chains encounter with truck transportation. These truck drivers and their cargo do not usually come across the kind of security issues faced by the truckers in Big Rig Bounty Hunters, although that also sometimes happens. Instead, in Ice Road Truckers, Drivers face the risks of the iciest and most treacherous roads in North America those at the farthest reaches of the continent. Think of Siberia in Russia, and you can imagine what these truckers face in the far north of North America. Prudhoe Bay, North Slope, Manitoba, Dempster Highway, and even ice roads on the Arctic Ocean have become familiar names and places for those who drive. 60. These treacherous lanes and those who follow the show. These brief TV show examples illustrate some of the risks we are talking about. Driving large trucks that are fully loaded with expensive and very valuable cargo, and driving on ice roads that cross rivers, ponds, lakes, and even parts of the Arctic Ocean. Though the work is risky, these truckers do fill an important link in global supply chains. Security Management Systems. The International Organization for Standardization, ISO, is a worldwide leader in developing and publishing international standards for a variety of business and operating activities. In fact, the ISO is the largest developer of voluntary international standards in the world today. Its international standards provide up-to-date specifications for products, services, and practices, helping to make industries more efficient, effective, transparent, and predictable. Developed through global consensus, from broad industry input, the ISO standards help break down barriers to international trade. Founded in 1946, the ISO today has members in more than 160 countries and some 3,400 technical bodies to take care of the development of international standards. One such standard is directly connected to supply chain security and is labeled ISO 28000. ISO 28000 is titled Specification for Security Management Systems for the Supply Chain and includes ISO 28000 specifications, ISO 28001 best practices, ISO 28002 development of resilience in the supply chain, ISO 28003 requirements for bodies providing audit and certification of supply chain security management systems, ISO 28004 guidelines for the implementation of ISO 28000, and ISO 28005 electronic port clearance. Broadly, this collection of ISO 28000 documents establishes a supply chain security system that works to protect people, products, infrastructure, equipment, and transportation against security incidents. The ISO 28000 packet specifies requirements for establishing, implementing, maintaining, improving, and auditing a supply chain security management system. Guidelines for creating a supply chain security plan, developing supply chain security training programs, and implementing the related management system are also an integral part of ISO 28000. Supply chain risk combines three elements. See Figure 3.2. It starts with a potential threat and then combines the probability of that threat with its potential severity to arrive at the likelihood of a significant supply chain risk. In the context of ISO 28000, the concept of risk encompasses two future-oriented and important questions. First, what is the probability that a potential security threat will actually occur in the future? And second, how severe would the impact be if 61. The potential security threat were to become an actual security incident? With that in mind, for a high security risk, the threat would have a high probability of occurring and would have a severe impact if it actually occurred. But there are numerous examples of security and risk issues, along with a value, lost or not achieved value, attached to them, that fall on a continuum. Thus, firms need to continuously evaluate this in the context of their global supply chains. The risks associated with multinational corporations, MNCs, in the marketplace can be categorized into those risks that pertain directly to an MNC and those that pertain to the international environment in which the MNC operates. See Figure 3.3. This framework allows for a direct connection between the different components that we discuss and those risks that MNCs face on a day-to-day basis. The framework also allows for an easy identification mechanism for the areas of risk. At the broad level, that can become problematic if they are not identified and tackled appropriately. If a risk appears or can be predicted in the future in any of these areas, a closer analysis and identification of risk possibilities, threat, probability, and severity should be undertaken. As Figure 3.3 illustrates, the risk framework can be divided into those issues that the multinational corporation faces directly and those 62 that the MNC faces as a result of the risk components in the international environment. The MNC operates within a marketplace consisting of market segments that can be domestic. For example, American firms marketing products in the United States. Regional, for example, Italian firms marketing products in the Scandinavian countries of Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Iceland. Or global, for example, Japanese firms marketing products throughout the 6 main continents of the world. There are risks associated with certain countries and regions, and also with being fully global in marketing efforts. For the MNC, global supply chain management represents an integrated and coordinated effort by logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels. Sometimes these are called functions within the firm, and sometimes, usually in smaller firms, they are all located in the supply chain department. In many cases, they are considered strategic to the firm's globalization efforts, while at the same time being also tactical and operational in terms of getting supply chain things done. Each element of the global supply chain has associated risks. For example, logistics in the areas of distribution, transportation, and inventory management, purchasing in the areas of order fulfillment and delivery, supplier selection, outsourcing, and offshoring, operations in the areas of buying decisions, competitive priorities, quality standards, and total cost issues, and market channels in the areas of entry modes and customer value creation. Strategic and tactical elements of logistics will be addressed in Chapter 4, purchasing will be covered in Chapter 5, operations in Chapter 6, and market channels in Chapter 7. Going back to Figure 3.3, we know from Chapter 2 that industry globalization drivers are made up of market, cost, government, and competitive drivers. See Figure 3.4. Each of these globalization drivers is associated with risks that should be taken into account when addressing the threat, probability, and severity of global supply. 63. Chain breakdowns. What we know from the framework introduced in Chapter 2 is that globalization efforts will be markedly different in 5 and 10 years, respectively, for each of the industry globalization drivers. It will be easier to operate global supply chains, but it will also be important that you actually further globalize your supply chains. If your chains are not globalized more, at the level of what figures 1.3 and 1.5 show, your firm is likely to fall behind the competition, since it is not leveraging the opportunities in its industry. Earlier in this chapter, we introduced 4 basic infrastructure issues in the environment: transportation infrastructure, communication infrastructure, utilities infrastructure, and technology infrastructure. Each is associated with a set of risks. Both risks that relate to a breakdown in transportation, communication, utilities, or technology, and risks associated with the infrastructure needed to support the transportation, communication, utilities, and technology required to run a global supply chain being weak or not there. Obviously, each firm should evaluate all these risks in concert with countries, suppliers, and other potential inter-organizational partners as a way to minimize the threat, probability, and severity factors. A number of security, risk, and value organizations and initiatives exist to help companies address these issues beyond the ISO 28000 guidelines. They include Bullet, International Maritime Organization, IMO. The IMO is the United Nations specialized agency with responsibility for the safety and security of shipping and the prevention of marine pollution by ships. www.imo.org. Bullet International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, ISTS code. The ISTS code is a comprehensive set of measures to enhance the security of ships and port facilities, administered by the IMO. Bullet World Customs Organization, WCO. The WCO is the only intergovernmental organization that is exclusively focused on customs matters. www. Org. Bullet Container Security Initiative, CSI. CSI is a program that is intended to help increase security for maritime containerized cargo being shipped to the United States. 64. From around the world, it is administered by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, www. CBP. Gov. Bullet. Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism, CTPAT. CTPAT seeks to safeguard the world's trade industry from terrorists, maintaining the economic health of the United States and its neighbors. It is administered by U.S. Customs and Border Protection, www. CBP. Gov. Managing security and risks within the guidelines of ISO 28000 and in adherence with the standards of most security, risk, and value organizations and initiatives in the world marketplace includes 8 different, complementary, and important steps. They are: 1. Establish a security management system, SMS. 2. Document your organization's security management policy. 3. Identify security threats and assess global supply chain risks. 4. Identify security management control measures and objectives. 5. Create a security management structure, roles, responsibilities, and authorities. 6. Implement an operational SMS. 7. Prepare emergency SMS plans and procedures. 8. Monitor and measure security performance. Kraljic portfolio model. In the context of security and risks, it is always important to address the value of the raw material, component parts, and/or products. One easy-to-understand method is the so-called Kraljic portfolio model. It centers mainly on the purchasing element of global supply chains, but we think it serves us well in addressing risk and value issues in global supply chains in general. For the Kraljic model is represented as a 2x2 matrix defined by the dimensions of risk, low and high, and value, low and high, as represented in figure 3.5. The matrix is sometimes called the portfolio method by Peter Kraljic and dates from the 1960s, but it became popular in the 1980s after Kraljic published the portfolio matrix in the Harvard Business Review. The model is rather simplistic and relatively easy to incorporate into global supply chains. It uses the risks to the availability of a product on the y-axis and the financial value of the products on the x-axis. The x-axis is also sometimes identified as the volume of purchasing, but that assumes that value is equal to high volume, so we prefer to use value as the generic label on the x-axis. We'll return to FedEx as our example firm, and put it into the Kraljic model as an illustration. Again, FedEx is a transportation firm that has its headquarters in Memphis, Tennessee, but that operates worldwide in more than 200 countries. Fred Smith founded Federal Express in 1971 with his $4 million inheritance and $91 million raised in venture capital. FedEx.com. 4. 65. Illustration purposes, let's see what the model in figure 3.5 might look like in the case of FedEx. The bottom left quadrant in the Kraljic matrix, low value and low risk, represents an area where the firm should try to aggregate and consolidate global supply chain initiatives, such as purchasing, and use substitute products, suppliers, or supply chain partners. The reason for this approach is that we are talking about products with low purchasing value and low purchasing risk, that is, commodity products. This quadrant could include FedEx purchasing office stationery for its headquarters in Memphis. The options for such purchases are probably great, and the per-item cost is relatively low. Moving to the quadrant represented by the low value and high risk characteristics, we are guiding the firm to look for ways to control and/or manage suppliers and consider possibly over-ordering to ensure supply. In essence, we are dealing with bottleneck items, in this case items that are critically needed even though they are of low value. This quadrant could include FedEx purchasing uniforms for its truck drivers in the more than 200 countries where it operates. The strategy for the high value and low risk quadrant involves increasing the number of sources and maintaining competition among suppliers. These are tactical items that are operationally needed to carry out critical tasks in the global supply chain. For FedEx, a situation in which this may apply is purchasing jet fuel for its fleet of more than 400 airplanes. The high quadrant, high value and high risk, is characterized by collaboration and developing strong relationships with global supply chain partners, in particular, global suppliers. Given the high situation, this quadrant also warrants strategic thinking that involves contingency plans and ongoing analysis of risks. One possible example for FedEx 66. In this quadrant is purchasing cargo airplanes to maintain its fleet of more than 400 airplanes in good working order, replacing planes when they become obsolete. Legal considerations, international contracts, and insurance. Some may think that we are venturing a bit off the topic of global supply chains when we include legal considerations, contracts, and insurance issues in this infrastructure chapter. But the reality is that legal considerations, including legal systems, patents, trademarks, and copyrights, international contracts, and insurance issues are very much a part of a well-functioning, or not, global supply chain. The key is to take advantage of the existing infrastructure as much as possible, or, better yet, figure out a way to operate effectively and efficiently within the existing and forecasted legal, contractual, and insurance constraints. Today, we do have some great legal, contractual, and insurance avenues for our global supply chains. At the same time, this is not a book on legal issues, contract issues, or insurance issues. We are merely identifying them from a strategic standpoint so that they are not lost in the process of developing and implementing global supply chains. The easiest starting point for this discussion is a look at the world's legal systems. See Figure 3.6. They can be effectively grouped into four main systems: civil law, common law, dual jurisdiction-based, known as bijuridical, encompassing civil and common law, and Islamic law. The two most common are the common law system and the civil law system. Common law originated in England. It is also known as case law or precedent because it is based on tradition, precedent, and custom. Civil law is based on a detailed set of laws organized into codes, with its origin in Western Europe. While legal systems around the world are not always easy to deal with, they are relatively easy to spot. The map shows where each is. 67. Prominent. What is not necessarily so easy to spot is how and where to invoke patent protection. But the interesting storyline here is that the Patent Cooperation Treaty, PCT, helps with this and should be leveraged throughout the global supply chain wherever such protection is needed. For example, this can be for component parts or for products flowing through the chain. The PCT is an international patent law treaty that provides a unified procedure for filing patent applications. Keep in mind, though, that to obtain international protection, patent applications must be made in each country or to each regional authority where protection is desired. The PCT just helps the process work better and be more standardized. See Figure 3.7 for the worldwide coverage of the PCT. Copyright. Copyright is a legal concept endorsed by most countries' governments, giving the creator of an original work exclusive rights to it, usually for a limited time period of some number of years. The Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary and Artistic Works covers copyrights involving some 165 parties. See Figure 3.8. In that respect, the Berne Convention is a great starting point to figure out the often maze-like process for obtaining copyrights in each country. Another form of protection is to use a trademark in the international marketplaces where you operate global supply chains or where you have supply chain partners. There are three different forms of trademarks to be aware of in this context. TM represents an unregistered trademark, SM represents an unregistered service mark, and a symbol registered represents a registered trademark. 68. One of the most legalistic and valuable pieces of paper in international trade, or in any form of trade, for that matter, especially between companies, is a signed contract. Naturally, we know that in some parts of the world, for example, several Asian countries, contracts are viewed as a starting point for dialogue, whereas in other countries, for example, several Western European countries, the contract serves as the be-all and end-all. The most obvious advice is to get expert assistance with international contracts. A firm can do a lot of things and have many in-house experts, but the ultimate breaking point is to try to develop and implement a contract without professional legal assistance, unless, of course, you are a large multinational corporation with a very astute legal team. Helping out with contracts overall is the United Nations Convention on Contracts for the International Sale of Goods. See Figure 3.9. This is a treaty offering a uniform international sales law that has been ratified by 77 countries. Clearly, we have to take into account that there are some 150 more countries in the world, but these 77 countries are responsible for a lot of the world's wealth and trade. In general, it is possible to obtain insurance for almost anything within the global supply chain, including perils associated with the ocean, air, land, and multimodal transportation. Lloyd's of London, www.lloyds.com, is the oldest insurance market in shipping, acting. 69. Global supply chain management. As an intermediary between those who want insurance and those who offer it, Lloyd's writes a diverse range of policies, both direct insurance and reinsurance, covering casualty, property, marine, energy, motor, aviation, and many other types of risk. We are not advocating the use of Lloyd's of London per se, but it does represent a fascinating part of the insurance business for global supply chains, and it has been around for a long time. Commercial documents and customs clearance. Most international trade transactions require the filling out of several commercial documents, usually in a very specific way that is based on the country of destination for the products, the type of products, the method of transportation, the method of payment, and so on. The most popular method is still to fill out paper forms and provide multiple original copies. The result is that the average international transaction has a stack of documents about 0.5 inch, 1.3 centimeters, thick. And it gets worse. Look at the oval chart we have included in Figure 3.10. These are some of the forms you may potentially have to fill out when you operate in global supply chains. We can all agree that the number of forms seems excessive, but they do create transparency, some protection, and commitment throughout the global supply chain. One of the most legalistic and valuable pieces of paper in international trade, or in any form of trade, for that matter, especially between companies, is a signed contract. Naturally, we know that in some parts of the world, for example, several Asian countries, contracts are viewed as a starting point for dialogue, whereas in other countries, for example, several Western European countries, the contract serves as the be-all and end-all. The most obvious advice is to get expert assistance with international contracts. A firm can do a lot of things and have many in-house experts, but the ultimate breaking point is to try to develop and implement a contract without professional legal assistance, unless, of course, you are a large multinational corporation with a very astute legal team. Helping out with contracts overall is the United Nations Convention on Contracts for the International Sale of Goods. See Figure 3.9. This is a treaty offering a uniform international sales law that has been ratified by 77 countries. Clearly, we have to take into account that there are some 150 more countries in the world, But these 77 countries are responsible for a lot of the world's wealth and trade. In general, it is possible to obtain insurance for almost anything within the global supply chain, including perils associated with the ocean, air, land, and multimodal transportation. Lloyd's of London, www. Lloyd's.com, is the oldest insurance market in shipping, acting. 69. As an intermediary between those who want insurance and those who offer it. Lloyd's writes a diverse range of policies, both direct insurance and reinsurance, covering casualty, property, marine, energy, motor, aviation, and many other types of risk. We are not advocating the use of Lloyd's of London per se, but it does represent a fascinating part of the insurance business for global supply chains, and it has been around for a long time. Commercial documents and customs clearance. Most international trade transactions require the filling out of several commercial documents, usually in a very specific way that is based on the country of destination for the products, the type of products, the method of transportation, the method of payment, and so on. The most popular method is still to fill out paper forms and provide multiple original copies. The result is that the average international transaction has a stack of documents about 0.5 inch, 1.3 centimeters, thick. And it gets worse. Look at the oval chart we have included in figure 3.10. These are some of the forms you may potentially have to fill out when you operate in global supply chains. We can all agree that the number of forms seems excessive, but they do create transparency, some protection, and commitment throughout the global supply chain. 70. Instead of being overwhelmed, let's try to make sense of these documents and pare them down to the basics. Along the path of the global supply chain, commercial documentation passes nodes in the chain, such as seller, freight companies, import country government, and buyer. The key information included in these documents should be a description of the product, the mode of transportation, the terms of sale, the origin of the product, the identity of the seller/shipper, the identity of the buyer, the terms of payment, shipping instructions, and evidence of shipping. In most cases, these are documents that most companies are familiar with when shipping domestically. But what about the actual forms and necessities? Let's make this even more direct and look at the most common and most important documents for a universally applicable gadget. In this case, we are talking about 9 different forms that should be attended to when participating in global supply chains and/or sales across borders. They are quotations, pro forma invoice, commercial invoice, packaging list, declaration, bill of lading, certificate of origin, insurance certificate, and customs clearance. 5. The start of an international transaction is typically a quotation giving the basic parameters for sale. The main reasons to prepare a quotation are to confirm the selling price and to clarify the various costs, if any, that the buyer has to pay in addition to the selling price, such as packaging, freight, insurance, and documentation charges. A pro forma invoice serves many of the same functions as the initial quotation, but some buyers may prefer the pro forma invoice instead of or as well as a quotation to be more formal at the beginning of the process. In essence, the pro forma invoice is a formal document, whereas the quotation can be more informal. For example, a 71. Fax, email, or basic letter. After an order has been formally received and the seller is ready to ship the products, it is time to prepare a commercial invoice. Most buyers will accept the seller's domestic format for the commercial invoice, as long as proper notations concerning the international transaction can be added to the form. Along with a commercial invoice that goes along with a shipment, most international shipments should also have a packaging list included. A packaging list is especially needed when a letter of credit is being used as part of the transaction. More practically, a packaging list really should be included with all shipments as a normal practice for any transaction, domestic and international. If a freight forwarder is used, the freight forwarder often completes the shipment, export, declaration with information obtained from the seller. That said, the agent, the freight forwarder, is not legally responsible for the declaration the seller is. Keep in mind that the shipment typically has to use the internationally established harmonized system of industry codes, not the SIC or NAICS, for example. As well as providing transportation, the transportation firm, for example, a trucking, railroad, or shipping line, issues bills of lading. They serve three main purposes: a receipt for the shipment, a contract for the transportation, and a document declaring ownership, title. When the transportation firm is an airline, the bill of lading is called an airway bill. Similarly, certificates of origin have several functions, with perhaps the most important being the determination of import tariffs, taxes, or duties. Some countries require only that the country of origin be stated on another document, while other countries require extensive documentation. As a practical matter, all international shipments should have adequate insurance to cover product loss, damage, and any other potential liability that may arise. A rule of thumb is to have insurance amounting to CIF, cost, insurance, and freight, plus 10% that is, the product invoice value plus insurance plus freight plus an additional 10%. Finally, each and every document mentioned so far, and those listed in the oval in Figure 3.10, can be asked for when clearing customs, but typically that does not happen. At a basic level, three information documents are required in virtually every country in the world. 1. A form designated for entry based on the specification of the requirements of the importing country. 2. A certificate of origin to verify and identify the country of origin. And 3. A commercial invoice with enough information to assess the value of the shipment and its harmonized code classification. Terms of payment and currency of payment getting paid, preferably when you want it and in the way you want it, is a must if you are to stay in business. Broadly, we are talking about terms of payment and currency of payment. For the former, we have to deal with issues such as cash in advance, that would be nice, letter of credit, documentary collection, open account, and / or a so-called trade card. For the latter, at the very basic level, we make choices with respect to seller's currency, buyer's currency, and / or a third country's currency. As the name would suggest, a cash-in-advance transaction requires the buyer to provide payment up front, before the shipment of the products has been made. Bank transfers of money using the so-called SWIFT code system, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, www. SWIFT.com, are typical and preferred. Cash-in-advance transactions are typical in less developed and developing countries and less common in developed countries. A letter of credit refers to a transaction in which the buyer's bank promises to pay the seller if the buyer does not pay. The seller is then, de facto, relying on the creditworthiness of the bank instead of that of the buyer. The letter of credit is a contractual arrangement between the buyer's bank and the seller, all spelled out clearly in the transaction documents. Documentary collection is a process in 72, which the seller asks a bank in the buyer's home country to safeguard the seller's interests. The bank, in essence, acts as a passive intermediary in that it will not release the title to the products, bill of lading, until the buyer has paid for them. The open account approach is very similar to what we can expect in most developed countries today. That is, the seller ships the products and sends an invoice requesting payment within a certain time period, often stated as 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days. This is, of course, a way of showing complete trust in the relationship between the seller and the buyer, which from a relationship standpoint is great if the risks are low. Trade card is a low-risk payment system for international transactions, with a low fee and largely electronic processing of documents. The system has more than 10,000 members and 45,000 individual users in 78 countries. www.tradecard.com, but it has not caught on as quickly as was perhaps expected. It was created by the World Trade Centers Association in 1994. As a few examples, Guess, Levi Strauss, and Adidas use trade card to transact with worldwide partners. Switching to the issue of currency of payment, here we can deal with three forms. The seller's currency, the buyer's currency, and/or a third country's currency. When international transactions use the seller's currency, this means that the seller is taking no currency fluctuation risks. An example could be a seller from Sweden transacting with a buyer in Italy and using the Swedish currency, the crown. When international transactions use the buyer's currency, this means that the buyer is taking no currency fluctuation risks. An example could be a seller from Sweden transacting with a buyer in Italy and using the euro as the currency, since Italy uses the European Union-based euro. When international transactions use a third country's currency, this means that the buyer and the seller are both taking currency fluctuation risks. An example could be a seller from Sweden transacting with a buyer in Italy and using the US dollar as the currency. International commerce terms, INCOTOMs. In 1936, the International Chamber of Commerce, WWW.org, developed a set of standardized terms of domestic and international trade to facilitate trade around the world. The ICC itself has been around since 1919, when a handful of entrepreneurs got together and decided to create an organization that would facilitate and represent business everywhere on the globe. A lofty goal, perhaps, but worthwhile. This small group of industrialists, financiers, and international traders from 5 countries set out to bring economic prosperity to a world that was feeling the aftermath of the devastation caused by World War I. These professionals founded the International Chamber of Commerce and designated themselves as the Merchants of Peace. The ICC was important to the infrastructure of trade, since the world had few working international structures following the first of the 20th century's global conflicts. In fact, there was no world system of rules to govern trade, investment, finance, or commercial relations. The ICC provided that infrastructure early on. The ICC's so-called INCOTOMs are now categorized into 11 international commerce terms. These INCOTOMs, along with their former iterations, have long been the worldwide trading norms. Revisions to the INCOTOMs took place in 1953, 1967, 1976, 1980, 1990, 2000, and 2010. IGBO. org/products and services/trade facilitation/INCOTOMs-2010. Based on the latest set of terms, from the 2010 revision, there are 11 INCOTOMs divided broadly into 2 groupings. Rules for any modal modes of transport, and rules for sea and inland waterway transport. The rules for any modal modes of transport include the abbreviated terms of ex-works, EXW, free carrier, FCA, carriage paid to, CPT, carriage and insurance paid to, SIP, 73. Delivered at terminal, DAT, delivered at place, DAP, and delivered duty paid, DDP. The rules for sea and inland waterway transport include free alongside ship, FARS, free on board, FOB, cost and freight, CFR, and cost, insurance, and freight, SIF. Ex-works, EXW. EXW refers to the sellers fulfilling its obligations by having the products available for the buyer to pick up at its premises or another named place, such as a factory or a warehouse. The buyer bears all risks and costs starting when it picks up the products at the seller's location and continuing until the products are delivered to the buyer's location. The seller has no obligation to load the goods or clear them for export. Free carrier, FCA. FCA refers to the sellers delivering the products, cleared for export, to the carrier stipulated by the buyer or another party authorized to pick up products at the seller's premises or another named place. The buyer assumes all risks and costs associated with delivery of the products to their final destination, including transportation after delivery to the carrier and any customs fees required to import the product into a foreign country. Carriage paid to, CPT. CPT refers to the sellers clearing the products for export and delivering them to the carrier or another person stipulated by the seller at the named place of shipment. The seller is responsible for the transportation costs associated with delivering the products to the named place but is not responsible for procuring insurance. Carriage and insurance paid to SIP. SIP refers to the sellers clearing the products for export and delivering them to the carrier or another person stipulated by the seller at the named place of shipment. The seller is responsible both for the transportation costs associated with delivering the products and for procuring minimum insurance coverage to the named place. Deliver the terminal, DAT. DAT refers to the sellers clearing the products for export and bearing all risks and costs associated with delivering the products and unloading them at the terminal at the named port or destination. The buyer is responsible for all costs and risks from this point forward, including clearing the products for import into the named destination country. Delivered at place, DAP. DAP refers to the sellers clearing the products for export and bearing all risks and costs associated with delivering the products to the named destination, but not unloading them. The buyer is responsible for all costs and risks associated with unloading the products and clearing customs to import the products into the named destination country. Delivered duty paid, DDP. DDP refers to the sellers bearing all risks and costs associated with delivering the products to the named destination ready for unloading and cleared for import. Free alongside ship, FARS. FARS refers to the sellers clearing the products for export, delivering them to the named port of shipment, and placing them alongside the vessel. The buyer assumes all risks and costs regarding the products from this point forward. Free on board, FOB. FOB refers to the sellers clearing the products for export, delivering them to the named port of shipment, and placing them on board the vessel. The buyer assumes all risks and costs regarding the products from this point forward. Cost and freight, CFR. CFR refers to the sellers clearing the products for export, delivering them to the named port of shipment, and placing them on board the vessel at the port of shipment. The seller also bears the cost of freight to the named destination port. The buyer assumes all risks for the products from the time the products have been delivered on board the vessel at the port of shipment. Cost, insurance, and freight, SIF. SIF refers to the sellers clearing the products for export, delivering them to the named port of shipment, and placing them on board the 74 vessel. The seller also bears the cost of freight and insurance to the named destination port. The seller's insurance requirement is only for minimum coverage. The buyer is responsible for all costs associated with unloading the products at the named destination port and clearing the products for import. Risk passes from the seller to the buyer once the products are on board the vessel at the port of shipment. World Customs Organization and the Harmonized System, the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System, HS, of tariff nomenclature is an internationally standardized system of names and numbers for classifying traded products. It was developed in 1983 and is maintained by the World Customs Organization, WCO, formerly the Customs Cooperation Council, an independent intergovernmental organization based in Brussels, Belgium, with more than 170 member countries. The harmonized codes came into force in 1988. Established in 1952, the World Customs Organization, WWW, Org, is the only intergovernmental organization exclusively focused on customs matters. With its worldwide membership, the WCO is now recognized as the voice of the global customs community. It is particularly noted for its work in global standards, simplification and harmonization of customs procedures, trade supply chain security, and international trade. The WCO also administers the technical aspects of the WTO Agreement on Customs Valuation and Agreement on Rules of Origin. Overall, the WCO's mission is to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of its member customs administrations across the globe. While 3/4 of its members are developing countries, the WCO's combined membership is collectively responsible for managing and processing more than 98% of world trade around the globe today. Global challenges transcend borders and call for worldwide responses. Securing trade and combating illegal trafficking and commercial fraud without disrupting legal trade requires a high degree of cooperation among countries and the application of uniform methods and standards that are recognized and applied by all. As a frontline border agency dealing primarily with a cross-border movement of goods, people, and means of transport, the WCO creates policies to ensure the security of international trade, promoting national economic prosperity and social development. In this spirit, the World Customs Organization serves a critical role in standardizing many of the operations and services that we have come to rely on in global supply chains. The key activities of the WCO include four areas: harmonization and simplification. The WCO develops and promotes harmonized and simplified customs procedures. Security and enforcement. The WCO strengthens the security of the international trade supply chain through the WCO safe framework of standards. Partnerships and cooperation. The WCO fosters cooperation, exchange of information and intelligence, and mutual assistance among customs administrations, and modernization and capacity building. The WCO devises capacity building programs and encourages customs modernization projects. Directly tied to global supply chains, WCO has developed a safe framework with four core elements that are illustrated in Figure 3.11. The WCO's harmonized commodity description and coding system is governed by the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System. The Harmonized System, or simply HS, is a multi-purpose international product nomenclature. It comprises about 5,000 commodity groups. 75. Each is identified by a 6-digit code, arranged in a legal and logical structure that is supported by well-defined rules to achieve uniform classification. The system is used by more than 200 countries and economies as a basis for their customs tariffs and the collection of international trade statistics. More than 98% of the merchandise in international trade is classified in terms of the harmonized system. The HS has 21 sections and 97 chapters. Figure 3.12. 76. Globalage trademark. Your source for global business knowledge since 2004. Globalage has been the top-ranked website in the world for international business resources on Google. Business people, public policy makers, academics, and college students have been using Globalage. Edu, since 1994, when it first started as international business resources on the World Wide Web. The site has always been free. We hope you take advantage of the incredible wealth of information and data that Globalage offers on almost everything involving international business and trade. The Globalage logo is shown in Figure 3.13 for ease of identification. We include a section on Globalage. Edu in this book on global supply chain management for two main reasons. First, the site was developed and is maintained by Michigan State University, the home university of all the authors of this book. Its intention and design is to serve as a knowledge web resource that connects international business professionals worldwide to a wealth of information, insights, and learning resources on global business activities. Specifically, Globalage is intended to offer the latest and most comprehensive international business and trade content for a wide range of topics. Whether you are conducting extensive market research, looking to improve your international knowledge, or simply browsing, you're sure to find what you need on Globalage to sharpen your competitive edge in today's rapidly changing global marketplace. The startup page for Globalage is shown in Figure 3.14 to capture some of the storyline around the site. The tagline for Globalage is your source for global business. 77. Knowledge, and it functions as a one-stop website for everything involving international business and trade. With millions of users and thousands of firms linking to Globalage, the site has unique traction in the global marketplace. In fact, our tracking data show that Globalage has users every hour in all but a handful of countries, located mostly in Central Africa. That means that Globalage is used in more than 200 countries every hour of every day. We are not selling subscriptions here, just highlighting a resource that millions of people use and that fits the context of global supply chain management incredibly well. The second reason why Globalich is worth exploring is that we have taken great care to offer lots of information and data on global supply chain management. Topics and issues in the areas of logistics, purchasing, operations, and market channels are covered. We also cover strategic issues that can help elevate supply chain management to strategic supply chain management and a place at the corporate strategy table. Importantly, we build on unique expertise in doing. 78. So, Michigan State University's supply chain management programs, undergraduate and graduate, have been ranked either number one or number two among education programs in the United States for decades. For example, by U.S. News and World Report. This is backed up by the most prominent training and consulting unit focused on supply chains in the United States. Overall, Globalich incorporates this expertise with a dedicated team to provide state-of-the-art information and data on global supply chains. As of 2013, Globalich has 5 main sections or menu items: Global Insights, Reference Desk, Knowledge Tools, Get Connected, and Academy, and their usefulness is highlighted in the testimonials in Figure 3.15. Global Insights is further organized into 4 subsections. The Trade Block section is a submenu where the analysis and resources are organized by major global trade blocks. It covers the major ones that currently exist in the world, and it keeps adding more as they become prominent. The Country section includes statistics, history, politics, demographics, and everything else that may be needed to understand all aspects of doing business in a country. More than 200 countries are covered in great detail. The State section includes international business and trade information for the 50 U.S. states. As a major international business center and university in the United Global Supply Chain Management. States, we feel compelled to cover each U.S. state and its business and international trade activities. States are often uniquely different, and doing business from and with a U.S. state may also be different. We cover those unique aspects. In the industry section, we delve into news, events, and statistics for 20 distinct industry sectors. The global marketplace has about 450 different main industries, or some 5,000 commodity groups in the harmonized system, and Globalich covers each by grouping them into industry sectors. Reference Desk is organized into 4 subsections. The glossary section offers a comprehensive list of international business terms accompanied by definitions. The online course modules provide an easy, straightforward approach to learning about international business using case studies, quizzes, and narrated slides. The Global Resource subsection consists of a directory that takes a broad approach to international business research by providing relevant and applicable resources across a wide range of topics. The expert tutorials guide users through international business topics in order to sharpen, refine, or build their current knowledge. Knowledge tools are organized into 5 subsections. The Market Potential Index, MPI, is an index designed to help business professionals evaluate emerging markets across the globe. The Database of International Business Statistics, DIBS, is a robust database that simplifies and synthesizes complex international business data. The diagnostic tools can help your business grow. These self-assessment tools can help you identify your exporting potential and find the right freight forwarder, international distributor, and/or international partner. This section does ask for a nominal fee. The comparator tool allows for a comparison of countries across the globe. The test acknowledge component of the site is a fun game that measures your international business prowess. Get Connected is the site's smallest section in terms of content, but also one of the most popular for staying in the know. In this section, the globalization blog is a very popular and active portion of the site that covers opinions and views on important international business events. Just what you would expect of a blog on globalization. The globalization Business Review, GBR, has short articles, typically fewer than 1,000 words, that provide a major learning experience for international business professionals. The GBR is mainly targeted at business executives, but also, to some degree, to public policy makers, academics, and college students. Some 30,000 people get GBR in. So, Michigan State University's supply chain management programs, undergraduate and graduate, have been ranked either number 1 or number 2 among education programs in the United States for decades. For example, by U.S. News and World Report. This is backed up by the most prominent training and consulting unit focused on supply chains in the United States. Overall, globalization incorporates this expertise with a dedicated team to provide state-of-the-art information and data on global supply chains. As of 2013, globalization has 5 main sections or menu items: Global Insights, Reference Desk, Knowledge Tools, Get Connected, and Academy, and their usefulness is highlighted in the testimonials in Figure 3.15. Global Insights is further organized into 4 subsections. The Trade Block section is a submenu where the analysis and resources are organized by major global trade blocks. It covers the major ones that currently exist in the world, and it keeps adding more as they become prominent. The Country section includes statistics, history, politics, demographics, and everything else that may be needed to understand all aspects of doing business in a country. More than 200 countries are covered in great detail. The State section includes international business and trade information for the 50 U.S. states. As a major international business center and university in the United States, we feel compelled to cover each U.S. state and its business and international trade activities. States are often uniquely different, and doing business from and with a U.S. state may also be different. We cover those unique aspects. In the industry section, we delve into news, events, and statistics for 20 distinct industry sectors. The global marketplace has about 450 different main industries, or some 5,000 commodity groups in the harmonized system, and globalization covers each by grouping them into industry sectors. Reference 79. Desk is organized into 4 subsections. The glossary section offers a comprehensive list of international business terms accompanied by definitions. The online course modules provide an easy, straightforward approach to learning about international business using case studies, quizzes, and narrated slides. The Global Resource subsection consists of a directory that takes a broad approach to international business research by providing relevant and applicable resources across a wide range of topics. The expert tutorials guide users through international business topics in order to sharpen, refine, or build their current knowledge. Knowledge tools are organized into 5 subsections. The Market Potential Index, MPI, is an index designed to help business professionals evaluate emerging markets across the globe. The Database of International Business Statistics, DIBS, is a robust database that simplifies and synthesizes complex international business data. The diagnostic tools can help your business grow. These self-assessment tools can help you identify your exporting potential and find the right freight forwarder, international distributor, and/or international partner. This section does ask for a nominal fee. The comparator tool allows for a comparison of countries across the globe. The test acknowledge component of the site is a fun game that measures your international business prowess. Get Connected is the site's smallest section in terms of content, but also one of the most popular for staying in the know. In this section, the Globalage blog is a very popular and active portion of the site that covers opinions and views on important international business events. Just what you would expect of a blog on Globalage. The Globalage Business Review, GBR, has short articles, typically fewer than 1,000 words, that provide a major learning experience for international business professionals. The GBR is mainly targeted at business executives, but also, to some degree, to public policy makers, academics, and college students. Some 30,000 people get GBR in their inbox every month at no charge. The Globalage newsletter is a monthly newsletter sharing global trends and insights with more than 80,000 business professionals. The Academy portion of the site targets mainly college students, faculty members, and teachers. It includes 5 different subsections. The course content subsection provides international business curriculum resources for educators. The research component has publication and research resources for academics. The community colleges section is focused on 2-year colleges offering associate degrees in the United States, and it includes international business resources that community college students and teachers can use to support their learning activities. The announcements section has calls for papers, conference announcements, and grant opportunities. Finally, the program resources section includes international internships and academic program directories. The internship directory is fantastic, listing and describing international internships that are available around the globe. Your firm should look into being included for free if it is not already listed. Guidelines for assessing global supply chain infrastructure. There are numerous infrastructure issues that should continually be evaluated and decided upon in global supply chain management. Some of these are major items that you can easily see, and some are intricate details of doing global business that are not readily obvious or understood. But given the web of relationships in global supply chains and the many actors, activity links, and resource ties involved in the worldwide infrastructure, certain issues need to be seriously taken into account and strategically integrated into global supply chain operations. In assessing the global supply chain infrastructure in the worldwide marketplace, these guidelines are applicable to all industries and companies. Bullet. Strategic global supply chain management involves the continual evaluation and development of chains that incorporate the most 80. Logical, efficient, and effective network of transportation, communication, utilities, and technology infrastructure. Many countries and world regions have solid transportation, communication, utilities, and technology infrastructure, but many also have poorly developed infrastructure in these areas. Firms need to carefully assess and then implement their global supply chains to leverage the appropriate infrastructure items while diminishing the effect of poor infrastructure. Bullet risk and reward scenarios should always be evaluated when developing global supply chain efforts. An increasing amount of attention is being given to security issues in global supply chains, risks in global supply chains, and the value of different parts, for example, raw materials, component parts, and finished products. Such security, risks, and value analysis needs to be part of the strategic evaluation of how to structure global supply chains and manage the chains. Bullet. Legal considerations, international contracts, and insurance policies are critical for each actor, that is, firm, involved in a global supply chain, the linkages between those actors, and the resource ties that the actors have in the chain. Firms should use worldwide standards and organizations to facilitate the enforcement of laws, patents, copyrights, and trademarks as much as possible, at least in the countries that belong to multi-country arrangements in these areas. Bullet. The varieties of commercial documents and customs clearance paperwork in the global supply chain are almost endless. But there are some basics that should be followed, with the idea that many documents can be treated as extras at times. Documents related to the following 9 topics and areas are the basic starting point, and they are usually enough for many scenarios. Quotations, pro forma invoice, commercial invoice, packaging list, declaration, bill of lading, certificate of origin, insurance certificate, and customs clearance. Bullet firms should use the available standards for industries and commodities, called international commerce terms, INCOTERMs, along with a harmonized system to identify industries and commodities. These standards are worldwide and are very helpful at each step in the global supply chain. While SIC and NAICS industry codes work reasonably well, the harmonized system is strongly preferred in the global marketplace. Appendix. Logistics Performance Index 2012. The World Bank established a Logistics Performance Index, LPI, in 2007 that centers on trade logistics in the global economy. 6. The most recent iteration available at the time of this book was the 2012 Index, third installment of the report and index. The LPI measures on-the-ground trade logistics performance, with 155 countries being rated and ranked in the 2012 edition. The World Bank's idea is that the LPI should help national leaders, policy makers, and private sector traders understand the challenges faced in international logistics. This appendix provides a summary of the LPI scores for a select set of the 155 countries rated as an illustration of these rankings. We use the top 20 countries ranked in 2012, as summarized in Table 3.1. 81. Chapter 4 Logistics in Global Supply Chains. Logistics is